Welcome to Python for Absolute Beginners, a fun hands-on course where you will go from zero to actually writing real Python code faster than you think. You will learn how to build a calculator, create a to-do list app, make a number guessing game, and even store notes in file. Sounds tricky, it is, but here's the twist. We will break it down super simply with step-by-step guidance, real-world examples, and tons of mini projects to make sure you are learning by doing, not just watching tutorial. You don't need any experience, not a tech background, not even a fancy laptop. We just need your curiosity and the decision to start right now. Python is the #1 most beginner-friendly programming language in the world. It's used in websites, games, robots, AI, data science, and yes, you will be writing it like a pro by end of this course. So, if you have been waiting for the perfect moment to learn coding, this is it. Hit the play button and let's write your very first line of Python code together. Trust me, you're gonna love what you create. Before we get started, let me discuss about what we are going to cover on this course. And it's a beginner friendly Python programming course, and it's a full course. By end of this course, you will able to learn basic Python programs, understand programming concept, and build real world project, obviously. Okay, so on the first module, we're going to discuss about introduction to Python. Here we'll learn what is Python, why you should use Python, how to install it and run it, and obviously you will learn how to write your first program on Python. Okay, so on the second module we're going to discuss about variables and data types. Here variable and data types is the most fundamental things to learn a programming language, and here we will talk about how to define variables and then how to assign value to the variables. Then we'll have some basic data types like string, integer, float, booleans, and we'll learn type conversion. And obviously if you want to get user input, then you will have a input function. Okay, and finally we will have in a string operations. Okay, then we'll have module 3 and it's all about operators and expression. Here you will learn arithmetic operation, then comparison operators, logical operators, order of operations, and more. And on the module 4 we will have conditional statement. Here we'll learn the use of if and else, then indentation rules, logical condition, nested condition, and more. And you can see every module contain a project, so that means we will do much more projects on this course. Okay, on the module 5 we'll have loop and iteration. We will learn how to use while loop, for loop, and how to use range. Then we will have loop control operators such as break, continue, and pass. Then we'll have nested loop. And on the module 6 we have all about functions in Python. We'll define functions, we'll learn about the parameters and return values, scope, and then we'll have some built-in function and user defined function. Okay, so on the module 7 we will have list and tuples. Here you can create your list and tuples. You will learn how to indexing and slicing, common list method like append or remove. Then we'll have iterating over list and tuple immutability. Okay, so on the module 8 we'll have dictionaries and sets, and then we'll have strings, and it's an advanced module about Python strings. Actually we'll have to discover string methods like upper, lower, replace. Then we'll have string formatting, slicing, indexing, and checking substrings. Okay, on the module 5 it's all about file handling, and here you will learn how to read and write file. Here we'll cover file modes like RWA. Then we are going to work with keywords, then file path handling, and more. And then on module 11 we have to talk about error handling. So when you are just coding, you just will face issues on your code. So how to handle these issues using error handling. Okay, so here we'll have try, except, finally. Then we'll have some common error types, and we'll talk about how when a custom error raise, how to just respond to the error. Then we are going to talk about introduction to object oriented programming in module 12. Okay, here we'll learn how to define classes, how to define objects. Then we'll have attributes and methods. Then we will talk about init methods. Then we'll have inheritance concept and more. And then on the module 13 we're going to talk about external libraries, and here we're going to talk about pip package manager. Then we will have some libraries like random, datetime, math. Then we will talk about Turtle for basic graphics, so you can just work about graphics interface using Turtle. Okay, on the modules 14, it's actually a final capstone project. That means here we're going to discuss about, and we're going to show you how you can build 4 projects. Here we'll have personal diary app, then we'll have quiz app, then we are going to talk about contact book app, then finally we'll have a ATM simulator, and lastly we'll have a bonus part. So I think if you just watch this tutorial series, then you will have a solid understanding on Python programming language. Okay, so I hope you will enjoy this course. Okay, so let's get started from the first module, and it's all about introduction to Python. And in this video I'm going to cover you what is Python and why you should learn Python. Actually, Python is a high-level, beginner-friendly programming language. It's created by Guido van Rossum in the late 1980s and has become one of the most popular programming languages in the world. Why it's so much popular? Because of its easy to read and write syntax, similar like to English language. It's interpreted. That means you can run code line by line and you don't need to compile it to execute your code. Python is a versatile programming language. That means you can use Python in web development, AI, data science, automation, and if you want to develop game, then you have option. You can use Python to build your own game. So it's a all-in-one tool, and I hope you will enjoy this course and learn more about similar like this concept. Then if I want to discuss why you should learn Python, you can use Python in many real world scenario. You can build web application using Django and Flex. Then if you work with data science and machine learning, then you have options. You can use pandas, scikit-learn, and TensorFlow for your data science and machine related tasks. If you want to automate your tasks, then you have the options. Using Python, you can write your script to automate your daily tasks. Then for game development, you have options. So you can use Pygame to develop your own game. Then it's actually cybersecurity tool. You can just do lots of cybersecurity related tasks using Python. And even if you want to work with robotics or satellite, then Python obviously can help you. So here, let me just share a fun fact. Python is even used at NASA and by Netflix to recommend your favorite show. So you can understand that Python is the most powerful and most popular programming language in our world. So I hope you will explore more in this course. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can install Python on your Windows computer. If you are using Windows operating system, then you will have to follow this tutorial to install Python on your machine. Okay, so at first you will have to open a browser, and I'm choosing Google Chrome browser. You can use any type of browser, and here you can see you will have an option to search. Here you can simply type Python and then simply press enter. Then you can see at the top search results, this is actually http://python.org. that means it's the official website of Python programming language. Simply click this, and right now you are on the official website. From here you don't need to think anything. You will simply click this download button, and here we can see a download options. You can just download the latest version for your Windows. Simply click here, and now you will have to choose a location, and I just choose on download folder. So let me save it, and you can see the installation is complete. And if you go to the download folder, let me go to download folder, and here you can see this is the installer. You can simply double click here to start your installation process. So let me close all of this, and here you can see two options. You can customize your installation, or you can simply provide the install now button. You can see your installation process is starting, and you can see this is actually installing. You will have to wait until it's completed. Okay, so you can see everything is completed, and I will have to close it. After the installation process, let me search this Python. Okay, so here we can just simply type Python, and you can see Python is installed here. You can simply just click run as administration. then yes, and you can see the python just terminal is here. You can simply type something like this. Let me type print. I'm just trying to print some text. This is actually hello, hello developers, something like this, and I will have to close it. And if I press enter, you can see you are getting an output. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can install Python on your Mac operating system. So for doing this, you will have to go to a browser and then simply search Python. Okay. And after then, as usual, you will have to go to the first website. This is actually http://python.org. And from here you can see this is the official website. You will click this download button, and here you can see you will have options. You will just download the latest version from here. So let me click this download icon, and right now we will have to choose our location where we're going to download it. For example, I'm going to desktop folder, then apps, then I will choose the file here. So look, the download process is starting. Okay, we'll have to wait until it's completed. Okay, so it's done. After completing this, what you will have to do, you can just double click here, or you can go to the folder directory. Let me just double click here. So right now you can see the installation process is here. You will have to complete this. So let me click continue, and let me just close this actually. So we'll just simply click continue, then continue, then I am agree, then installation type, obviously just install. I will have to just provide my code here. Okay, so installation process is started. Okay, so everything is ready. Okay, so I will simply close it, and after then if I just simply go our launchpad, and here if I search Python and see Python launcher is here. Okay, and now okay, so from here you can choose your IDE, and right now you can see this is your IDE, and you can just write your Python code here. Okay, so let me type something like this print, and we're just going to call a print function from Python programming. Okay, so here I will simply type hello Python, something like this. Okay, let me just close it, and after then if I press enter, you can see hello Python. So if you command this and return this, then you can say that Python IDE is successfully installed on your machine. In the previous video, I have shown you how you can install Python on your machine, and right now we need to install a code editor. A code editor can help you to write code smartly. Okay, so I am going to show you how you can install most popular code editor, that is actually Visual Studio Code, but you can use any other code editor, it's up to you. Okay, so let's install it. So for doing this, you can simply take a new tab and search VS Code. Okay, and then press enter, and at the beginning you can see a website that is actually http://code.visualstudio.com, and you will have to simply click this, and then you can see at the beginning it's showing download for macOS. Because I'm using macOS, so it's suggesting download for macOS. If you are using Windows, then you will find something like this, download for Windows. So if you cannot get the download button here, then you can simply click, there is also a options to download it. Can simply click here. Look, you will have options. You can choose for Windows, you can choose for Linux, and obviously as I'm using Mac, you can just choose Mac. So what you will have to do, you will have to just simply download any of these a version based on your operating system, then you will have to install it. It's very similar process that you have done. You will have to simply click next, and it will just download it. And after downloading this, you will have to open Visual Studio Code, and you will get something like this. Okay, so after then what next, you will simply see the left sidebar, and here you will find something like this. Just click this icon. Look, it's actually extension tab, and open it, and here you will see a search option. You will simply search Python, and you can see a search result is here. From here you will choose Python, so click here. Then you can see it is the official extension by Microsoft. So what you will do, you can simply hit this install button, and this extension will install on Visual Studio Code. So after then in the next video we'll learn how to write Python and run it. Look, in our few previous videos we have covered what is Python, why you should learn Python, then how to install Python on your machine, and lastly we have talked about how to set up Visual Studio Code. Okay, so right now we are going to cover this lesson. This is actually how you can write your first Python program and run it. Okay, so for doing this, at first you need to create a folder. So we will go to a folder directory and simply you will have to create a folder. So this is actually project folder, and whenever you work with a new project you must need a folder to organize your code. So let me create a new folder and you can rename it anything. For example, I just define something like this, first lesson. And after creating this folder, what you will do, you will have to open it on your Visual Studio Code. Okay, so for doing that, open Visual Studio Code, and right now there is nothing here. You can simply drag this folder and drop it here. So if you drag and drop it here, you can see at the top you have actually first lesson. That means this is your folder name. If you drag this folder and drop it here, you can see at the top you will just find your folder name, and right now your project is empty because we don't have any files and folder here. So we're starting from scratch. Okay, so if you want to write your first Python program, at first you will have to create a Python file. So for doing this, here you can see you will have a plus icon. Okay, so click here. So if you click here, you can have options to create a new file. You can just write your file name. For example, I just define hello, and then you will have to add a Python extension. So for the Python extension you will have to define a dot and py. So if you define dot py after this file name, then it would become a Python file. So this is a Python file. So right now in this file we can write our Python code. Okay, so let's try to do something like this. We will simply type print, and then we will take parenthesis or first bracket, and inside this we will simply define a quotation and say something like this, hello world. Okay, world. So look, this is actually a Python syntax. We have used a print built-in function that's output text to screen. That means it's actually just print output for us. Okay, it's likely telling the computer, hey, say this out loud. That means it will simply print this statement on our terminal. Okay, so how is it possible? Look, in the previous video I have shown you how you can install Python extension. So you can see we will have to go to this section, and then here you will simply search Python. Here is our Python extension. Okay, so you will have to install this to run these projects, and you also need another extension that is actually code runner. Okay, so code runner, something like this, search it, and you can see here is the code runner extension. You will have to install it. I have already installed. You will just find install button here. So please install these two extension. One is actually code runner and another is actually Python extension. Okay, so after doing that, after installing these actually code runner, after installing this code runner, you will find a play icon, something like this. Look, a play icon on the top right corner. Here you can see this is the play icon, and here you will see a down arrow. So click this down arrow and choose Python file. Look, run Python file. Choose this run Python file. Okay, right now you can see it's actually executed hello world. So that means it's actually run this file hello.py, and from here actually we're getting this output. Okay, so if you try again, let me click this play icon, and it's automatically run our code and give me output. So if you define hello Mamun here, something like this, and now if you just play icon, then you can see it's just greeting me, hello Mamun. Okay, so by doing this way, by using actually built-in Python function that is actually print, it will just give me a output on our terminal. Okay, so I hope you understand. Okay, so right now after doing that, what if we just give you this mini activity? So you will have to print your name is and fun fact using print. Okay, that means we will do the same thing. We will print name is. Okay, by using this print function. So how you can do this? For example, to doing that, from here what you will do, at first it says you will have to print your name. So for doing that, simply type print, then take a parenthesis, so or first bracket, and from here inside it you will have to simply take a quotation and simply say this is your name. For example, I am just defining my name. This is MD Al Mamun. Okay, so right now after doing that, as we configured it run Python file, we don't have to do every time. You can simply please click this play icon and look, you are getting this output. And after then, for example, you if you need to print your age, you can simply type print, then again quotation. So here I can say I am 23 years old. Okay, something like this. And after then again we will run our code by clicking this play icon. Look, we're getting this output. This is MD Almamun, and here I am actually 23 years old. Okay, so if you need to print any statement or any sentence, you can simply do this by doing this way. You will have to call this print function, then parenthesis, then quotation, and you can simply say something like this: fun fact. Then you can just type anything here. I can solve a Rubik cube in under a minute. Okay, something like this. You can just print anything. MINUT minute. Okay, so it's up to you what you will just want to print. Just type inside this print statement, and if you just hit this play icon, and you can see the fun fact, I can solve a Rubik cube in under a minute. Okay, so you are getting this output. If you can just print all of this statement by using print statement, you just completed the first lesson, and I hope you can just have the solid idea how actually you will have to create a Python file and how to just print something on your terminal. Okay, so on the next video we're going to move to the most important and most fundamental topic, that is actually variable and data types. Okay, now let's get started with module 2, and it's all about variables and data types. And after end of this module, you will learn how to store data in variables, understand different data types, and also learn how to take user input. And finally, we will learn how to manipulate text using basic string operations. Okay, so let's get started with the first lesson. It's all about variable and assignment. That means, what is actually a variable? Variable is like a containers that can store information. For example, if I want to give you an analogy, so your friend's birthday is upcoming and you want to present him a gift. So that's why you simply take a gift box, and inside this gift box you will just keep some gift. Okay, for example, you can just present a book to him. So this is your book. Look, so this is a gift box, and inside this gift box you present a book for your friend. Okay, so that's why here it's the same concept as variable. For example, this is a box, and this box can contain information, or this box can store information and any gift. Okay, for example, you can present book. Okay, you can present book, you can just present a phone, or you can just present something like you can just present watch for your friend or something like this. Okay, so that's why we can say that a box can contain any type of things inside it, and this is the same concept what variables does. For example, if we want to just present it, for example, this is a box, this is our variable, and this variable can contain or can just assign some value. Our value is, for example, this is our value. Okay, this is a value. So box is a variable, and for example, book is a value, or phone is a value, or watch is a value. Okay, so that's why you can simply present it in Python. So how you can present it in Python? So for doing that, here what you will do. So for example, to presenting variable, let me define let me clear everything and let me add a comments. So here to add a comments, you can simply just press Ctrl and forward slash from your keyboard. So right now we can comment it. So what we are going to do, for example, it's actually define a variable. Okay, so variable. Okay, so to define a variable in Python, what you will do, you can simply type the variable name. For example, here in this example, you will have a gift box. So that's why our variable name could be box, and inside this box we will have to present our gift. So that's why if you want to assign a value, for example, our value is book, either book or either phone or either watch. So that's why you can simply just do this way. So box can contain, so that's why we will use a assignment operator, and then we can contain a book inside it. Okay, so something like this, book inside it. Look, this is our variable name, this is our variable name, and this is the value that the variable can contain, and here equal sign is the assignment operator. So for example, we present book here on this box, so that means box is our variable. And if you want to present another gift inside this box, you can do this way. For example, box is now contain a phone, so that's why you can simply say it's containing a phone. If you want to present another type of gift, for example, box can contain a pen. Okay, something like this. So this way we can just define a variable and its value. If need, we can change the value of the variable. Okay, so I hope you understand. This is your variable, and if you want to present this, you can simply just call your print function and just pass your variable name. For example, if I just paste box inside here, and then if we run our code, so to before you run your code, just choose this run python file, and you can see pen is presenting. That means our variable is now presenting on terminal. Okay, so if you understand, now let's print your name using variable. So for printing your name, here you will have to take a variable name. For example, it could be a name, and then let's assign a value to this. For example, here I will present my name, that is actually Mamun. And now if you want to print it, you can simply type print statement, or sorry, print function, and then type your variable. Okay, so if you type your variable from this, you can just get an output. Okay, so let's run this code, and you can see Mamun is here. That means it's perfectly run our code. Okay, okay, so after this, if you want to present your age using variable, you can do this same way. You will have age, and you can define a value. For example, it's actually 20. Okay, so after then, if you print this for age, then you can simply define age. Okay, so now let's play it. You can see now 20 is output here. So by doing this way, we can present variable, and we can also just assign a value to this variable. Okay, have you seen here in a variable we just define different data types? You can see here is a text, then here we have just a store number. So in a variable you can store different data types, and for doing that we will just learn basic data types in this lesson, and our basic data types containing a string, integer, float, and boolean. Okay, so let's clear it. At first we will simply select everything and remove it, okay, by using backspace or delete. And here at first let me add a comments. So to add a comments, you can simply just press Ctrl and forward slash, then the comment will start here. You will just define something like this: basic data type. Okay, basic data types, and our basic data types firstly contain a string. So this is string data type. Okay, so string data types. So the string data types is actually, if you just want to store name or something like this that contain a string value or some characters, that would be a string data types. For example, here let me define a name, and this is our variable name. Then you will have something like this. You can store your friend name. So to just store string, you will have to use double quotation or single quotation, and inside this double quotation or single quotation you can simply add your text. For example, we can say this is actually Alex. Okay, so right now you can see here, if you just define double quotation or single quotation, and inside it if you just define some character, then it's actually a string data type. And if you just simply want to print it, simply call print function and pass your variable as we have done previously. Okay, so if you do this now, if you just hit this play icon, you can see you are getting the output Alex. Okay, so I hope you understand a string is a text based data type, and if you want to store text, then you will have to either use single quotation or double quotation. Look, if you just use double quotation, it will work perfectly. Okay, so it's up to you. You can use either double quotation or single quotation. Okay, so it's actually the same. If I run it, we can see the same output are getting here. Okay, so at first string data type is covered. Next, what we will have to do next, here we are going to talk about numbers data type. Okay, so numbers could be a integer or float number. So integer means actually whole number and float means it's actually decimal number. Okay, so this is actually, at first let me define integer. Okay, integer. Okay, so for defining a integer value, we can simply say is, and you will define a whole number. For example, you can just define 18, or you can just define 2022 and something like that. You can see here we are storing a number value to this variable. Okay, so I hope you understand this is actually text. So we can just say text is actually a string. Then if we just store number, it could be said that it's actually either integer or float number. Okay, so it's actually number data type. And after then, if you want to just define a float value, float means actually decimal value, so float. Okay, so for defining float, you can see, for example, we will have a height GHT height, and our height should be something like this, 5.9 inch. Okay, so here you can see we just store a decimal data type, and you can see we have a points here, so that's why we called it a float data type. Okay, so this is actually integer number and this is actually float data type. Okay, floating number. Okay, so after then we'll have actually boolean. So booleans means true false. If you want to store either the value would be true or false, so we can use boolean data type. So boolean data type. Okay, data type. Okay, so for doing this, for example, are you a student? So if you are a student, we can just simply say is underscore a student, student, student. So this is actually our variable name, and then we will assign a value. So that's why we will have assignment operator or equal sign, and here we can just store true, or you can just store false. Okay, it's up to you. So you can just simply say if you are a student, you can just store true here. So right now you can see by doing this way we can store different types of value in our variable. Okay, and in the next video, what we are going to cover, in the next video we are going to cover type conversion. Okay, okay, so in this video we are going to talk about type conversion. It's something like that. If you want to convert one data type into another, then you need to learn type conversion. Okay, so for example, if you get a number from a user as text, then if you want to convert it to an integer for calculation, so that means, let me visualize it. We will go to Visual Studio Code and let me clear this file. Here we will add a comment. So we are going to cover type conversion. And for example, you want to get an age from a user, so that's why I will define a variable that is actually age. Then we'll assign a value that is actually a quotation and 25. That means this is actually a string data type, and you just store 25 as a text in this variable. Okay, but you want to calculate, so that's why you need to convert this data type to a number. Okay, so for example, to convert this data type, so let me define, we can say new age. We can just say another variable, this is actually new age, and you want to convert this age. Okay, so to convert this age, at first you will have to define your data type. So for example, if you want to convert it to a integer number, you can simply define int. So this is actually integer number, and then you will pass your age inside it. So right now you will get a number output. So let me just simply define print and just get the output new age. Okay, so right now you will get a number output. So run this code and see it's 25. So how you get that? So let me do a little bit. For example, if you want to try a number to this age, okay, so if you try to add a number here, you define 5, and right now if you print the age, you can understand what's actually happening. So for example, we will have a data type. This is a string data type, but you want to add number 5 to this data type, so you cannot actually just add numbers to a string. So that's why from here we'll get an error. Let me run this code and see we're getting an error. So this actually says this 25 is a string, but you are trying to add a number to this string, so it's actually not possible. So you can only concatenate string value. Okay, so that's why if you want to just calculate this, you will have to either convert this to a integer value. Okay, so for doing this you can simply convert this. So let me just convert it. We will have to use int at the beginning, and then you will pass your string value here. So right now from here we will get the output actually 25 plus 5, that would be actually a 30. Look, we're getting the output 30. So by doing this way we can just convert a type to another. Okay, so let me give you another example. For example, you have a height. Okay, just height, the height value is actually 5 feet, and right now you want to convert it to a floating number. So for doing this you can just reassign the value. So we will call the same variable, then we will assign this number. This is a integer value, but we would like to convert it to a for example to a floating number. So floating number should be something like this. Look, your floating number should be something like this. Okay, the floating number should be something like this, 5.0. Okay, so how you can just reach this? So you have an integer number, but you want to just convert it to a decimal number. Okay, so for doing this you will have to simply define float, float, and inside it you can simply pass this. Okay, you can simply pass this height, and right now if you just print this height, so here is just height. Now if you run code, you can see you are getting the decimal output. Okay, so that's why you can just using type conversion, you can just convert any type to another type. I hope you understand this, and in the next video we are going to cover how to get user input by using input function. Okay, in the previous video we have covered how to define type conversion, and right now we are going to cover how to get user input by using input function. Okay, so that means if you want to ask a question to your user and store their answer, you can use this input function. Okay, so let's do that. At first we will simply clear our file, or if you need another Python file you can do the same. So for example, you can simply click a new file, and for example if you want to get user input, let me define a new file that is actually user underscore input. Okay, if you need another additional file you can do the same way. Just create a new file with a .py extension, and here you can write your code. For example, we're getting user input by using input function. So getting, let me add a comment, getting input from user. Okay, something like this. For example, we will just define a variable that is actually called it name, and we'll assign a function. So our function is actually input function, and input function actually receive a question or a text inside it. For example, we can simply say what is your name, what is your name. If you want to ask a question to your user using a input function, you can just define to this way, and after then if you want to present your output you can simply call this print function, and inside it, for example, at first you would like to greet the person using their name that you receive from this input. Okay, so that's why you can simply just define a string. So you can simply say hello, then if you want to just concatenate, that means if you want to join two string you can just add a plus icon, then you can just pass your variable name. So this is your variable name, and then if you want to add another string, you can just use again plus, then as its string will have either double quotation or single quotation, and we will just add a semicolon. That means it will give output something like this: hello Mr. X, or hello Mr. Bean, something like that. Okay, so here you can see this is actually we are joining string value by using plus icon. This is actually called it concatenate. Okay, so let's get me the output. So for doing this, we'll have to run this code. So let me click this play icon, and here it can see it's asked you a questions. So what is your name? And if you type here, for example, Mamun, and if you press enter, you can see hello Mamuns, it's greeting something like this. Okay, so for example, if you need some space, you can add a space here. Let me run your code again. So here you can see what's your name. You can simply type this is actually Alice, and if you press enter, hello Alice. So we're getting an output by doing this way. So this input function asks a questions and store the answer to this variable, and finally we will present something like this way. So everything from input is stored at a string even numbers. Okay, so I hope you understand how you can just ask questions using input functions, and it's very handy. I hope you enjoyed this. Okay, so right now what we are going to do, we are going to discuss about basic string operations, and for doing this, let me go back to the code editor. I can just simply clear this and add a new comments, and simply just say we are going to talk about basic string operations. So that means you can just add some operation, or you can just operate some operation on your string. Okay, so for example, if you want to print your full name, what you will do, look, you will have a first name, last name, then you can just join this first name and last name to just get your full name. So for doing this, actually we will have to define a variable that is actually for your first name. So we can simply just say this is actually first name. So this is a variable, then we will assign a string value. For example, you have your name that is actually Johan. Okay, something like this. Then you can have a last name, so that's why we will have another variable that is actually last name, and then we will assign the value. So for example, Joey. Okay, and right now you want to just get your full name. For example, it would be something like this: Johan Dewey. Okay, so how you get this output? So for doing this, here we can simply define another variable that is actually full underscore name. Okay, full name, and here you will simply join this two string. So at first you will simply say first name, then you can add a plus icon and simply just assign the last name. Okay, so now you can see from here you will get full name, and we can say as we are just trying to join these two string value. So this is a string value and this is another string value, and if you want to join these two string value by using a plus icon, that means it's called it string concatenation. So we just call this method actually string concatenation. So let me add a comments here. So this is actually, this is string concatenation. Okay, concatenation. So I hope you understand, when you are just trying to join two string using a plus operator, then it's actually called it string concatenation. Okay, so now if you want to print your full name, you can simply call this print function and pass your variable. So this is actually full name. Okay, so if you do this and run your code, you can see John Doe. So look, we need a space. So how you can get this? So to add a space, you can just add a empty string here. So for example, we will add a string, a empty string in between two name. Okay, so for doing this, we will add a plus here, and inside it we can simply add a string. So here we can simply define it's an empty string. So right now if you run your code again, you can see it's just giving you the perfect output. Okay, so we are adding a empty string in between these two strings. So that means we have a string, then we'll have another string, and then we'll have another string. So we're just joining them by using plus operator. That is actually called it string concatenation. Okay, so after then let me show you some string functions or method that will help you to understand. For example, we will have some text, so we'll define a new variable that is actually text, and here we can say this is actually the value is Python. So we're going to learn Python, so that's why we can say it's Python, or we can simply say learn Python. Okay, so now if you want to add some method or some operation to this string, what you will do, for example, if you want to uppercase this text, you can simply call print function. Then if you want to just uppercase this, just call this variable, then you will apply some method. So for example, if you just define a dot, you can see all these methods or function is here. Okay, so you can just choose any of this. For example, if you want to uppercase, you can simply type u and you can see upper. So this is actually upper method, so that's why I call it. So after doing this, actually after calling this upper method, you can simply run your code and you can see it's now uppercase. If you want to just make it lowercase, you can simply call print and then call this text variable. Then you will simply define lower, and if you now run your code and see, it's actually lowercase, all the text are now lowercase. And then if you want to check the length of this word, what you will do to check the length of this word, you can simply again call print function, then you will have to call this length. So this is length, and inside it you will pass your text. Okay, so we'll pass this text variable, and right now if you run, so if you just simply run this, you can see, okay, so let me clear it and we'll run it again. So you can see it has actually 12 characters. Okay, here you have 12 characters. So I hope you understand how we can apply some string operations by doing this way. So whenever you just join two string using a plus icon, that is called it string concatenation. Then if you want to just uppercase your text, you can call upper method. Then if you need to just define lowercase, you can just call lower method. Then if you want to check the length of your string, so if you want to check the length of this string, you can just call length, and inside it you will have to pass your variable. Okay, so in the next video we're going to make a mini project that is actually simple bio generator. So that means we're going to cover these mini projects on the next video. Okay, so now we're going to do a interesting project that is actually a mini project, and here we'll build a simple bio generator and using user input and print function. Okay, that means here on these projects you can ask some questions to your user and they can reply all of these following questions, and after then you can just print something. Okay, so let's build this project, and for doing this we'll go to the code editor, and here for example if you want to create a new project, you can simply create a new file. Here you will have to say something like this bio generator. Okay, you can use underscore to just join two words, or you can use camel case, so you can just do something like this bio generator or something like this, but I think it's okay to use a underscore, it's more concise, so I will do something like this. Then you will have, it's a Python file, so I just define .py. Okay, so right now we're going to just make a bio generator. So build, let me add a comment, build a bio generator. Okay, generator. Okay, so for doing this, here you need to ask some questions to the user. So that's why, for example, let me define a variable. We'll have a name, and this variable will contain a input function. So we'll simply call input function, and inside it we'll have to ask a questions. So for example, we'll ask what's your name, something like this, what's your name. Okay, and after then what you will have to do, for example, you want to ask another question, so we don't have to add a semicolon here. You can simply ask the age of this user, so that's why we'll take another input function, and inside it we'll say how old are you, how old are you. Okay, so say something like this. Then we will ask here let me add some space so that it can add a space to add your reply, and then we'll have ask the city. So here we'll just take again input, and inside it we'll say which city so do you live in, okay, something like this. And finally we'll ask a fact, okay. So let me ask a fact. So we'll have a variable, we'll take input function, then inside it we will ask something like this: tell me a fun fact about you, okay, about you, something like this. And after then actually we need to present all of these answers, so that's why here we'll take a print function. And if you want to take a new line, what you can do, you can simply take a back forward slash and then n, then after then you can simply say let me present your bio, so your bio here, and we can just present by following this design. And after then let me say print, and here we can simply say hi, this is, and I would like to present your name, so that's why we'll add a plus, and we'll just simply just present name inside after this plus, and say a full stuff here, something like this, okay. So we will do the same way. So again we will take another print function, and we will say something like this: I am, then we will say we will join is, so that's why we will call is. Then here we'll say a space years old, and then and I live in, we will just present the city here, live in. Then let me add a plus and say city, and then we'll add a plus, and here we are just defining a dot. Look, we are just concatenating string by using plus. So here we'll have a string, then we will get the is, so this would be a string, then we'll have another string, this is also a string, okay. So by following this way actually we are concatenating string value, okay. So after then we will simply just print our last fun fact, okay. So we can say fun fact about, okay, fact about me, okay. So for doing this actually here we can just add again concatenate, and we'll present fact here, okay. Our basic bio generator is ready to execute. So what you will have to do, you will have to just click this play icon, and look, it's asked what's your name. Let me define my name is Mamun, then let me press enter, then it's asked how old are you, so we will define 23, then let me press enter, then what city do you live. So for example I am in I just joking, I am in Paris. Then if I press enter, so tell me a fun fact about you. So for example I love sleeping, okay, sleeping, something like this. So let me correct this spelling, SLWP, something like this, okay. So now if I press enter, you can see you are getting the output, your bio, and this is Mamun, I am 20-year old and I live in Paris. Then fun fact is I love sleeping. If you want to just do the same output or same thing again, just click this play icon, and it asks your name. You can just provide your friend name, for example Alice, then just give you the age. So he is actually 25, then he lives in actually Kolkata, okay, something like this. Then tell me a fun fact, he is a daydreamer, okay, daydreamer, something like this, okay. And after then we will simply something like this, and if I just press enter, you can see, so your bio is, this is Alice and I am 25 years old and I live in Kolkata, and fun fact is this is actually daydreamer. So here we should have to present he is actually daydreamer. So by doing this way you can just create your own bio generator, and I hope you enjoy this project, okay. Okay, so now at this point we're going to discuss about module 3, and it's about operators and expressions, and in this module we're going to learn how to perform calculation, compare values, and use logic in your Python programs using different types of operators. Okay, so at first, on the first lesson, we're going to cover arithmetic operators. Okay, so for doing this, actually, what is actually operators? Operators are symbol or keyword that perform operations on a value and variable. Just like if you use math operators, something like this, you can already have idea to use the plus, minus, then you have divider, then you have multiplier. Okay, so all of these are a symbol, so this is called it operators, and in programming you can have options to use this type of operators. And in this lesson, actually, I'm going to cover you arithmetic operators. That means we'll learn how to use addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, then follow division, modulus, and exponential. Okay, so I hope you understand what we're going to discuss about in this lesson. Okay, so at first, addition. So if you want to add true value, for example, if you want to add 3 plus 2, so 3 plus 2, that means our output will came something like this 5. So here you can see this is the plus icon, this is called it addition. Okay, so this is called it addition. Okay, so this is called it addition. So this is a plus sign. And how to define this addition in programming? For example, if you want to add two numbers here, let me just create a new file that is actually arithmetic. Okay, arithmetic underscore operators. Okay, so dot py, that means Python file. And here what you will do, for example, as we're just learning arithmetic operators, let me add a comment, arithmetic operators. Okay, so if you want to add two number, for example, we'll have a number one, so we can simply define a variable name on, and here we'll assign for example, as we just say it's actually 3, we can just define a variable name on, that means number one, and here we'll define a number value, then we will have another number, so that would be number 2, and we will define the value is actually 2. And if you want to add these two number, for example, you can say sum equal number 1, and we'll have to use arithmetic operators, so this is actually addition sign, and then we'll define number 2. So if you now just print the sum, you will get this output. For example, you can say the sum is, and simply after then you can just present a plus, and then your sum is here. Okay, so now if you just run your code, you can see this is actually not accessible. Why? So you can see it's actually only concatenate integer number. So here we have using string value and try to just concatenate with number. So how you can print it? So for printing these, actually, okay, so to fix these issues, you can simply say we will just print dynamically, and here we can say the sum is, and we will reference the sum, so that's why we will have curly braces, and we will go sum. And now after doing that, if you run your code, you can see your sum is actually 5. So I hope you just understand how you can use the addition operators. Okay, so this is actually addition operators. And right now, if you want to subtract, for example, if you want to subtract 15 minus 5, then it's actually the output is 10. Okay, so here we have minus sign, and this is called it subtract. Okay, so how you can do that? So to subtract it, for example, here for the subtract, let me define another variable that is actually subtract, and here we can simply define number 1, so number 1 minus number 2. Okay, so number 2, and if you print this value, you can simply say print, then we'll define dynamically print, so that's why we'll have if then quotations, so the subtract is, and we will just print dynamically, so that's why here we'll simply pass the subtract variable. Okay, so now if you run, you can see your subtract is actually actually 1. Why? Actually here you can see you will have 3 and minus 2, so if you just 3 minus 2, that is actually 1. Okay, I hope you understand how you can just subtract two numbers, and then we will have actually multiplication. So for the multiplication we have something like this. We'll have 3 multiply 2, so that means it will give me output something like 6. Okay, so here this is actually multiply sign, and we will learn multiplication right now. So for doing this, for the multiplication we will simply say multiply, and here we will simply call number 1 into number 2, and right now this is actually multiplication. And if you want to get output, so let me copy this print statement and paste it here. We will simply say this is actually multiply uh, publication. Okay, publication. And now if you just pass multiply value here, so and if you run your code, you can see you are getting output 6. That means 3 into 2, that will be the output of 6. Okay, and finally for the division, actually what you will do, for example for the division, here we'll have something like this. We can just divide it 3 by 2, 3 by 2, or we can just do this way. We can just define 4 by 2. Okay, we can just give a something like this. If we just divide 4 by 2, it will be 2. Okay, something like this. Okay, so let me rearrange this value. We will simply define 4 and the second value is 2, and for the division or for the divided value, we can just simply define a variable that is actually division, division, and here we'll define number 1 by, so number 1 by number 2. Okay, so number 1 by number 2, and right now we'll copy this print statement, and here we can simply paste it, and we'll just divide division. Division is actually here we'll have to pass division, so division. And right now if you run your code, you will get output 2. Okay, so it's giving me output actually decimal points, something like this. Okay, after then what next, actually we will have to talk about floor. Okay, so what is actually floor? For example, if you just divided 10 by 3, then you will get output something like this, 3. Okay, so 3 point something like this. Okay, but if you want to follow it, then it will just give you output like 3. So how you can do that? So for defining this type of floor, you can have same thing. So let me define here. We'll have the first value 10 and the second value will be 3, and right now if you just run this, you can see you are getting 3.333 something like this. And if you apply floor, it will just give me the lowest value. That means it only give the 3. Okay, so for this floor, actually you can just define another variable that is actually floor, and for defining floor we will have number 1, and we will have double divider, and then we'll define the number 2 right now, and after then we can just get the output something like this. Here we will have floor. Okay, FLW floor, and we'll just get output of floor. Look, so if you now run your code, you can see the floor is 3. That means by using double forward slash, okay, we will get the output 3. That means it will just give me the lowest value of the division. Okay, so by doing this, we can just define floor, and after then what next? After then we will just talk about modulus. Okay, modulus is actually calculate the remainder. For example, if you want to modulus, you will have something like this. You can just define 10, then a percentage sign, then your value, that is for example 3, and from here how you will get output. For example, you will divide it by 10, you will divide it 10 by 3, and here every time you can see you will have to multiply it. So 3 into 3, that means you will get 9, and every time you will get a output 1. So that's why this one is actually reminder. Okay, this is actually reminder. Okay, so this is your reminder. So how you calculate reminder? For example, for the reminder, you can simply define reminder, and here we will just define number 1, and then we will apply a percentage sign, then we'll have number 2. Okay, so from here you will get reminder. So that's why let me copy this print statement, paste it here, and here we'll say this is actually modulus or reminder. So modulus, modulus modulus / reminder. Okay, reminder is here, we'll have to call reminder. Then now if you run your code, so if you run your code, you can see your reminder value is 1, as we just calculate here, this is 1. And after then the last one is actually exponential. So for example, if you just use exponential to cube, something like this, so this is exponential value, and here 2 is the base value. So this is 2 is the base value, and 3 is the power value or the exponent. Okay, so this is actually 3 is the exponent and 2 is base, and from this we will get output 8. Okay, so how you can just define this? For doing this, actually we can say we'll have another variable that is actually power, and here at first we'll have to define the base. So our base value is, for example, we can just calculate, we can just change it a little bit. For example, here we'll have defined 3, and our base value will be 2. So if we just define something like this right now, here we can simply say uh, number 2, and then we will have asterisk sign, double asterisk sign, then we will have number 1. Okay, so from this actually we will get output actually 8. So let me check it. So if you want to get output for the exponentiation, also exponentiation, and here we'll have power. Okay, so now if I run this code, you can see we are getting output 8. So this is actually exponentiation, then this sign is actually for modulus, and if you want to calculate reminder, then you will have to use this. If you want to calculate floor, then you will have to use double forward slash, and for division you will have single forward slash. Then if you want to multiply, you will have asterisk sign, then if you subtract, then you will have minus sign, and for addition you will have plus sign. Okay, I hope you understand all of this stuff perfectly, and in the next video we are going to talk about comparison operator. Okay, so we will compare two values and try to get return either it's true or false. We're going to talk about comparison operators. So if you want to compare values, then you will have to use comparison operators, and at first we'll have several comparison operators. And if you use double equal sign, so if you use double equal sign, it's actually meaning equal to. Okay, whenever you use double equal sign, it's actually equal to. So let's try something, and from it actually if you apply this, you will get a either value true or false. Okay, so for example, let me go here, and right now we'll create a new file that is actually comparison uh, underscore operators .py, and here we will have a comments. So comparison operators. Okay, so at first we're going to talk about equal to. Okay, equal to, and for doing this we'll have double equal sign. Okay, so for example, if you want to check equality, you can just simply say number. Okay, number equal, so for example 5 equal 5, and right now you can see this is your variable name, and you define true value, so that is actually 5 equal 5. And right now if you just print your number, so print your number, you will get either output true or false. So let me run. If I run your code, you can see it's true. If you just define 5 equal 3, then you will get false. Look, this is actually giving me output false. So by doing this way, we can check the equality. Okay, so either it would be true or false. And right now if you not check equality, that means if you don't say it's true, for example you have 5 and 3, and you want to say that it's actually not equal, so if you want to define it's not equal, you will have a exclamatory sign, and then equal sign. So if you use exclamatory sign and equal sign, that is called it not equal. So let's try to do it. For example, we'll have a comment, so not equal, eql not equal to. Okay, so for this actually we'll have a exclamatory sign and equal sign. For example, here we will simply say print, and we'll simply try to get output 5 is not equal. So we'll have number 5 is not equal, so exclamatory sign equal 3. So if you want to say 5 is not equal 3, then from here actually you will get true output. Look, it's actually true, but here as we just define equal to, then it was false. Okay, so this is actually correct statement, so that's why we are getting output that is actually true. And after not equal, what we are going to work, for example, we'll have to compare true value, so greater than or less than. So for example, how we can just define greater than? For example, you can say 6, you can say, sorry, 6 is greater than 3. So here this symbol is actually greater than, so greater, greater than. Okay, so this is actually greater than. And if you want to use less than, for example, you will have 2 less than 4. Okay, so this is actually less than. Okay, so this is actually less than, so this is less than. Okay, let's try to use it, and here we'll add a comment, so greater than, greater, greater or less than. Okay, so for doing this, let me define print, and here we can say, so 6, we can say 6 is greater than 3. Okay, so if you define something like this, it's actually return true. So let me run it, and you can see it's actually true. And after then, if you want to say 6 is less than 3, okay, if you just define this, it will give you true again. Okay, so sorry, it will give you false because 6 is greater than. Okay, so by doing this way, you can just say is it greater than or less than. Okay, so that's why we are just doing this way, greater than or less than. Greater than sign is something like this, and less than sign is something like this. Okay, so after greater than and less than, we are going to talk about greater than or equal. Okay, so we have to talk about greater than or equal, equal. That means we have two conditions. Sometimes we have something like this. For example, 5 and we can just compare 5 is greater than equal 5. Okay, so this is actually return true, either 5 will be equal 5. So this condition has two things, so you can say 5 equal 5, or you can say 5 is greater than 5. So we have two condition here, and this is the correct condition. So as it's the correct condition, we can just return true from here. Okay, so let's try to check it. For example, we have print, and we will say 5 is greater than or equal 5. That means here one condition is true, and that's why we will get output true here. Look, we are getting output true here. And after then we will have less than or equal, less than or equal, equal. Okay, so for doing this, we can just learn the syntax first. For example, we'll have 4 and we'll have 5 here, and if you want to just define less than or equal, we can just simply define something like this. Okay, you will have less than sign, then equal sign. Okay, so let's do this. We'll have print, we will simply say 4 less than equal 5. Okay, so from here actually you will get output true. Okay, so you are getting true. So actually if you use comparison operator, you will have to use either equal sign, then you will have not equal sign, then this is actually greater than sorry, this is actually less than, this is actually greater than. If you want to define greater than or equal, you will have to do this way. If you want to use less than or equal, you will have these options. And actually these operators compare values and return either true or false. You don't get anything others value, it's only output you either true or false. Okay, so after this comparison operator, what we are going to learn, look here, we'll have the next topic, that is actually logical operators. That means logical operators are used to combine multiple conditions. Okay, so for doing this, at first let me clear this and we will take a new screenshot to explain it. For example, we'll have several logical operators. We have AND operator. Okay, we'll have AND operator, then we'll have OR operator. Okay, and then we'll have NOT operator. Okay, so we'll have three things, and we'll have AND, then we'll have OR, then we'll have NOT. Okay, so AND means actually true if both are true. That means if both are true, so then it will be true. So both are true. And then for the OR, actually it's partially true, at least one value, at least one. Okay, so at LEST, at least one value should be true, one should be true, one true. Okay, then NOT is actually reverse result, so it's actually always reverse. So that's why reverse result. Okay, reverse, VERS, reverse result, RESULT, result. Okay, so we'll have three types of logical operators. One is actually and if the both value are true, then it will return true. Otherwise, for the OR value, it's at least one value is true, then it will return true. And for the NOT, the reverse value, that means if you present not 5 is greater than 3, then it will just return you false. Okay, so let me give you output. So for doing this, we'll back to the code editor and simply define this is actually logical, and we'll have operators. Okay, something like this, it will be a Python file, so .py, and here we can simply use AND operator at first. So let me comment, so AND operator. Okay, so for the AND operator, so it's actually AND operator, so it's actually symbol is simply and for example, let me define, we can just print, we'll have this type of statement. We are want to just get 5 is greater than 3, and we can say we'll have also check 4 is less than 6. Okay, so we'll have two conditions. This is the first condition, and here this is the second condition, and we're using comparison operator. You can see this is actually greater than and this is actually less than. If this both side is true, then it will return true. Okay, so let me run it. You can see it's actually true. If this one side is false, for example, this value is now false, this is actually not true, and if you run, it will give you false. So we can say when you're using AND operator, you must have to say both sides are true, otherwise it will return false value. Okay, so after then we have to use OR operator, and OR operator is actually at least one side will be true. For example, if I just simply define print function and say 5 is greater than 10, so look, this is actually wrong condition. So 5 is not greater than 10, 5 is less than 10, and here we will say OR, and we will say 3 is greater than 3 is less than 6. That means this condition is true. Look, the left side is false, but the right side is true. So if one side is true, then it will return true. So let me run this code. You can see it's actually printing true. And after then the last option is actually reverse option. So not operator, operator. Okay, so it's actually reverse the result. So for example, if you define print 5 greater than 3, so if you do something like this, if you just define, look, 5 is greater than 3, 3 is greater than 5, 5 is greater than 3, that means this is actually true. But if you want to just use not, then you can have the change value. For example, if you want to use not, you will have to use this way. We can simply look, before we using not operator, just run this code. If you just run, you can see it's actually true. But if you want to convert to false, you can have something like this. You will use not operator, then you can just pass it. So if you use not operator, then it will just now in the previously it was true, and right now if I run code, you can see it's actually false. So previously it was true, now when I use not, it is actually right now false. So after using not, it will reverse the result. So by doing this, I hope you understand this. And now on the next lesson, we are going to learn the order of operations. That means we'll have to follow a pattern to calculation, and in the next video we'll just talk about the order of operations. And here we'll cover a new rule, that is actually PEMDAS. Okay, in our previous video we have talked about operators. So we have learned arithmetic operators, comparison operators, and logical operators. And just like in math, Python follow a pipeline to which operation should be just done first. So for doing this, in this video we are going to talk about order of operations, and here Python follow this model. Okay, so at first it's going to work with parentheses, then exponents value, then multiplication, then division, then addition, and lastly it work with subtract. Okay, so that means it's follow a pattern to operate any operations, any mathematical operations. So for example, here you can see we'll have a step by step follow. Here at first it will work with parentheses, then we'll have exponent, 3 multiplication, 4 step is division, 5 step is addition, and 6 is subtraction. Okay, so if I want to give you some example, you can understand properly. For example, we'll have something like this. We'll have 3, then we'll have a plus, then we'll have 4, and we will multiply it 2. Okay, so how output we will get? So Python actually calculate this way. Okay, so for example, it will just follow this pattern. It will check if there are any parentheses there. So if any parentheses there here, so there is no parenthesis, so it's actually not eligible for here. Then it will check if is there any exponent value. Yes, there is no exponent value, so it will ignore this step. Then it will check if is there any multiplication operation. Yes, here a multiplication operation is there, so that's why it will calculate fast something like this. So we will take 3, then we will just keep unchanging something like this. Then it will just calculate these two value, 4 into 2, that means 8. And now you will get actually something like this. Here on the second level, this is our first level, this is the second level. Okay, on our second level it's actually addition, so that means we don't have parentheses, we don't have exponent, we don't have multiplication, division, and lastly we will have addition. So that's why it will apply addition, and we will get output something like this, 11. Okay, so these way actually Python calculate any operations. Okay, so next if I want to give you another example, for example we have something like this. We have 3 plus 4, and we'll have a parenthesis, and we'll multiply it 2. Okay, we'll have multiply it 2. Okay, so in this condition actually which pattern will follow? Look here, at first it will check if is there any parenthesis. Yes, we have parenthesis here, so that means the first step will apply. At first it will calculate inside this parenthesis value. So from here actually this is our first step. It will check if is there any parenthesis. Yes, it has, so that's why it will calculate inside this parenthesis value. So from here actually we will get 3 plus 4, that means 7. Okay, and then it will keep it unchanged, so we'll just keep it unchanged. Okay, so first step is done. Now in second step what it will do? In the second step it will check there is no parenthesis, there is no exponent value, but we have multiplication. So here is a cross or multiplication sign, so that's why here it will apply the third level. Okay, so that's why from here we will get output something like this, 14. Okay, so Python follow any operations with this pattern or with this order, and this pattern is called it PEMDAS. Okay, PEMDAS, does PEMDAS. Okay, I hope you understand this PEMDAS. Okay, so now let's try to see if we are getting perfect output from this. Okay, so for doing this here, let me define. So PEMDAS dot py, and here we will calculate the operation. So for example we'll have result. Okay, we'll have result, and here this is our variable name. Then we'll assign mathematical operations here. So let me do the same thing here. We'll calculate this first one. So we'll have 3 plus, we'll have 4, into 2. Okay, so now if you would like to print it, so call the print function, and for example just try to print the result. So result is res equal to result is, okay, so run your code. Okay, so you can see you are getting output 11. Okay, so from this first result we are getting output 11 because as we calculate it 11. Okay, so for the next thing what we will do, for example we will have the second calculation, result 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 2, and for doing this actually we'll have something like this. We'll have parenthesis here, we'll have 3 plus 4, then we will multiply it 2. Okay, so from here what output we will get, let me just print it. Okay, we will have to print result 2 result result 2, and after then if you run your code again, you can see from the second options will get output 14. That means it matches to our calculation. Okay, so it matches to our calculation. So I hope you understand how actually Python apply any operations on any mathematical calculation. So I hope you will understand it perfectly. Okay, after covering this order of operations, we have an activity, but we don't do this activity right now because to create a basic calculator you need some idea about conditional statement, but right now we don't have. So that's why I moved this activity to the module 4. That means in this module we will discuss about conditional statement, then we will just do that activity. Okay, so what we will learn in this module 4, actually here you will learn how to make decision in Python using if and else statement, and how logical condition control the flow of program. Okay, so this is most important topic to learn. Okay, so at first what why do you need conditions? Conditions statement or conditional statement help you create programs that make decisions just like in real life. For example, if it's raining we take an umbrella, else we go without it. Okay, so that means if raining then we have to take umbrella, or if it's a sunny then we don't need umbrella. Okay, so we'll have to just calculate and we'll have to implement logical decision in this module. Okay, so for doing this actually we'll have 3 statement. One is actually if and else. Okay, so here if I go back we have lots of file. Let me create another file. So we will go to a folder directory. So inside it let me create a new file. So here for example we can say learn Python, something like this, Python. Okay, and we'll open this. So we just create a new project because there are lots of stuff there, so that's why I will create a new file, and here we'll create a new file. Here what we can name it, for example this is actually demo.py file. Okay, something like this, and in this demo.py we will learn how to use if and else statement. So that's why let me add a comments. We're going to talk about the if elif and then else statement. Okay, statement. So the syntax is here. So we will have if condition first. Okay, here we'll apply our condition, then we'll have a clone, then we'll press enter. Here we'll have logic, we'll have logic here, then we'll have if. Okay, then we'll have condition. Okay, at first I'm just showing you the syntax. So here we'll have the logic of this condition, and lastly we will have else. Okay, and for this else actually we don't have any condition. We will directly talk about the logic. Okay, we will have to talk about the logic directly. So for example logic directly. So this is actually the structure of a conditional statement. So at first we'll have if, then we'll apply condition here, then we'll implement logic inside this condition, then we'll have if else if, then we'll have condition, then logic, then finally else. Okay, so elif is the short form of else if. Okay, so let's try to implement it. For example, you are going to check the temperature, so that's why let me define a variable temperature. Okay, temperature, okay, something like this. And right now the temperature is, for example, 25. Okay, so now you would like to use conditional statement. For example, if temperature is greater than 30, so you can say it's hot. If temperature is greater than 20, you say it's warm, and is it's cold. Okay, so that means we are going to calculate the temperature. Okay, so let me apply if condition at first. Look, here's the syntax. You will have to use the if keyword, then your condition. So our condition is something like this. We will compare this variable, so that's why we will compare temperature. So for the comparison operator, let me define a greater than value, greater than sign, and here we will say if temperature is greater than 30, we can simply say print something like this, it's hot. Okay, the weather is hot right now. Okay, and then look, we'll have to use elif. Okay, so for doing this we'll have something like this, elif. Okay, and let me define here. We can just define another condition. The condition is if temperature is greater than 20, and you can simply say print warm. Okay, so you can say it's warm, and lastly we will have else. Okay, so this is the last statement. So when these two statement fails, then it runs the last statement. So it's actually else, else, and here we don't have to define any condition. We can directly give a logic here. So print something like this, it's cold, it's cold. Okay, so cold, cold, something like this. Okay, so our conditional statement is there. We will apply a conditions. When temperature is greater than 30, we'll print this. When temperature is greater than 20, we'll just say warm, and when we have actually nothing, so that means we will print this. So let me just run python, and you can see it's warm because our value is here 25. So you can see the first condition doesn't meet here, the second condition is there. Okay, so that's why you can say our second condition applying here. So if you just increase this value, for example 37, and run your code again, you can see it's what, because the temperature is right now 37. Here we'll have 37, and you can see this logic is actually true now. So if it's true, it's print this one. Okay, so if we have, for example 25 here, then look here, this condition is 25. We can just say it's actually 25. So look, this statement is not fulfilled, so it's actually not happening. So 25 is not greater than 30, so its condition is wrong, so that's why it's not applying. On the second condition, look here, 20 and 25 is greater than 20, so that's why this is true. When the first condition is false, then second condition is true, then it will just return the second condition output. Okay, so that's why here when you have this, that means you have your temperature here, let me redo it. So now if you run, you can see based on your value it's warm because this condition is fulfilled right now. So if you have 37 here, it will just meet this criteria, and then you will get hot. If you just add a value something like this below 20, for example you define your temperature is now 12, and if you run your code, you can see it's cold because your temperature is not meet this above two condition. So that's why this third condition is applying here. So by following this way, you can just implement logical condition, and this is actually called it if and else statement. I hope you understand this. And here we'll have another thing. So look, we'll have to talk about intention rule. Okay, so what is actually intention rule in Python actually? Look, okay, we can just talk about on the next video. Okay, so after this conditional statement, we'll have to talk about indentation rule, and it's very important in Python. Python uses indentation, that means a space or tab, to know what code belong inside if, else, or if. Okay, if block. So you have already applied that rules, and if I want to show you, look here, if you see this, then here you can see we apply some space here. So this is actually called it indentation, and that means it's some space, and this space ensure that this code is belong to this statement. Okay, so this code is belong to this statement, and this is very important in Python. If you use wrongly, then it will not work. For example, if I want to show you here, look, if I want to show you, for example, you will have a condition that is actually, for example, if you have a condition if, and here you will have a is, okay, and this age is greater than 18. Okay, so let me define a variable at the beginning. Here we'll have a age. So for example, I define the age is 25. Okay, and now you will have a if statement here. So let me define if statement, and by default, look, if you press enter, your code editor just define the indentation for you. If I press enter, look, by default our code editor is smart, so that's why it apply indentation here. Look, it's already applied some space. If you type print, print something, for example, you can vote. Okay, you can vote something like this. Okay, so it will actually perfect. And for example, if you just remove this indentation, look here, our code editor giving us error. So this is actually not intended. By default, code editor show us error because it is actually not intended. So you will have to use perfect indentation to apply your work, to apply your code. And here we'll use a tab to get the perfect indentation. That means we have 4 space. If you apply tab, then you have 4 space here. Okay, so this is the first. For example, here we can have else. So we can simply say print you are not allowed to vote. Okay, something like this. And now if I just hit this play icon, you can see you can vote because your age is greater than 18. Okay, so if you define something like this, you are 16-year-old, and if you now play, you can see you cannot allow vote. If you just remove this indentation, so if you remove this indentation, you can see automatically your code editor giving you error. And if you run it, look, you are getting this error. So look, this error is called it indentation error because you don't maintain the indentation properly. And to fix it, here click here and just press tab to fix it. Okay, so automatically your code editor will suggest if you make any indentation mistake on your code. Okay, I hope you understand this, and it's very important. Try to follow the proper indentation, use space bar 4 times, or just press tab to get the enough space here. Now let's talk about logical conditions, and here you will learn how to make more complex decisions. Okay, so for doing this, here actually we'll have to use logical operators like and, or not. So let's do this. So for doing this, we'll go back to the code editor, and here I will clear everything. We will just add a comments at the beginning. Here we can say something like this: logical conditions. Okay, so conditions. And for doing here, actually we'll have to apply we'll have to use actually and operator, or operator, and not operator. Okay, not operator, to make more complex decision. Okay, operators on your conditional statement. Okay, so for example, let's define something like this. Here the analogy is here something like this. Let me discuss about the analogy. We'll clear it. And here the analogy is, for example, on the election you want to vote. So here this is you, and you want to vote. And for the rule for voting, actually, look, you will have to above 18 years old, 18 years old, and then you must have a ID or photo ID. So if you have those two things, then you can vote. So you must have 18 years old and obviously a photo ID. So if you have is completed and photo ID, then you can vote. Okay, so you can actually vote. So this is the condition. Look, we have two conditions here. Photo ID is mandatory and is greater than actually 18. Okay, so that's why we'll have two conditions. This is our first condition and this is our second condition. If these two conditions fulfill, then you can vote, otherwise you cannot vote. Okay, so let's define these two conditions in on conditional statement. Okay, so for doing this, let me define. We'll have a age. So is right now, so the value would be 25 right now, and then we'll have another variable that is actually hash underscore id. So hash id could be either true or false. So right now let me define true. Okay, so now we'll have to apply condition. So here we're implementing logical conditions. Okay, so for doing this, we'll have if statement and then we'll have to apply condition. So we will check if age is greater than or equal 18, and then we also make sure that the person has a ID. So that's why we'll just make sure has ID. So if those two conditions are true, then we can simply give the person to vote. Okay, something like this. You can vote. Okay, you can vote, otherwise we'll have else. Okay, we'll have else and say print you. So we'll have to define a string here. You cannot vote. Okay, you cannot vote, something like this. Okay, so now if we run our code, you can see you can vote because your age is 25 and you has ID. Okay, your age is 25, but if this has ID is false, right now if you run your code, look, you cannot vote. So let me run it. You cannot vote. So for example, you have this true, so you have has ID, but your age is below 18, so that means 26, sorry, 16. Then if you run it, you cannot vote. So either you must have to fulfill these two conditions and then you can vote. Okay, so that's why by following this way, if you want to compare logical operators, then these would become more complex decision making logic here. Okay, so I hope you understand how you can implement logical conditions on your conditional statement. You can use or operator here, or you can use not operator. Okay, for example, you have and if you want to use not operator, you can just do this way. So something like this. Okay, so it will work. For example, here let me define age 25, and if you define false here, when this is false, from here actually we will get true. So it will just reverse true here, and then you will actually obviously get done. You can vote. So let me clear it and let me run again. Look, you can vote because here we just make the reverse of this value. Okay, so I hope you understand how these logical conditions is applying, and in the next video we're going to talk about nested conditional. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to cover nested conditionals, and here you can place one statement inside another. That means this will be useful when decision depend on more than one level. Okay, so for doing this here, let me go back and we will simply clear everything. Say comments. So the comments is actually for nested conditionals. Okay, something like this. And here actually, for example, we have a variable that is age. So age is 25. Then we will have another variable that is actually has ticket. Okay, ticket ticket, and this value is actually true. Okay, so now we will apply a statement. So here conditional statement will start with if, then we will apply condition. So our condition is we'll check if age is greater than or equal 18, then we can say something. We'll have to do something like that. Here we can just apply another statement inside this if condition. So for example, here we will just do another condition. So for example, we will check has ticket here, then we can simply print something. So let me print welcome, welcome to the concert. Okay, so something like this. Otherwise we will have to do a else block, and here we can simply say print. So you need a ticket, so you can say you need a ticket, tick et, something like this. Okay, and otherwise, so this is if statement, and right now we will have to just define a else block here. So this is actually else block, and here we can say print, and here we'll say you are too young, so you are too young. Okay, so young, so something like this. So look, here we'll have a if statements, and inside this if statement we'll have another statement. So this is actually conditional statement. So if a conditional statement contain another conditional statement, that means it's actually nested. You can see this condition is nested on the above if condition. Okay, so by following this way you can just define nested conditionals, and if you just play it, then you can see welcome to the concert, because you have a ticket and you are 25 years old. But if your age is actually 18, and if you run your code, you can see welcome actually to the concert because your age is 18. And if you just define it 17 and play it, you can see you are too young, because this condition is right now false. So if it's false, then it's actually execute this statement, and if this first condition true, then it will check the second condition. So it is the first level and this is the second level. Okay, so if first level meet the criteria, then it will move inside this conditional block, and then it will just check the condition again and then give you output. Okay, so I hope you understand. Okay, so now we're going to do a project that is actually grading system, and here user just input a numbers, and then you will just show him or show the users their grade point. Okay, so let's do that. So for doing this, here actually we can simply let me define a file that is actually grading system. We can simply take a new file. So we can say this is grading underscore system system.py, as it's a Python file, and here we'll add a comments. So we're going to do a project. The project is all about grading system. Okay, grading system system. Okay, so for example, you want to get a input from your user, so that's why here let me define a variable that is actually marks, and here we'll assign integer value here. So in integer value, so that's why int, and inside this integer type data we will take a input. So we can simply call the input function, and here we'll simply say enter your marks. Okay, and we can just define the marks could be in between 0 to 100. Okay, something like this. Okay, we'll have a space, and after then actually we will just apply conditions to calculate their grading based on the mark. So here we'll have if statement, and we will say if marks marks is greater than or equal 90, then we can say actually print, will print a grade. So the grade grade is right now a plus. Okay, something like this. Okay, now we'll have another condition. So that's why if you have more than one condition, you will use if. Okay, if, and here you will have to write your conditions. So for example, we will calculate marks greater than or equal 80. Okay, 80, then we can say we'll have something like this. Let me copy this and we'll say it will become, so for example this will be a grade, and then we will simply copy this statement for some times. So for here actually we will just apply this condition. When mark is greater than equal 70, we will simply say it will be grade B. Okay, then we will have same thing. We'll check if it's 60, then we can see the grade will be C grade, and then we will have something like this. We will have if grade is actually mark is less than or equal 50, then we can simply say the grade will be D. And otherwise, if all of these condition met, then we can simply define a else block. So at the end, and you can simply print something like this. You can just simply print your grade is fail. Okay, so F. So grade grade will be F, and you can just say so better luck, luck luck next time. Okay, something like this. Okay, so look, so this actually this input function receive a input from a user, and based on this input marks actually it will just apply the condition, and if any requirement became true, then print the block from this statement block. Okay, so for example if I run this code, you can see it's asks for a mark. If I just define for example 85 95, and if I press enter, so the grade is actually A. If I run code again, then you can see it asks for mark, and if I define 65, then you can see it's actually, so why the error? So let me clear it. Let me try to again. So here this mark is okay, the condition is fine. And press hit. Okay, it's right now working. Let me play again. If I just define um for example 72, press enter. Okay, now it's working. Okay, so perfectly it's working right now. This is our grading system. And here after doing that, what next? Actually we will do a little activity that I ignored previously, so that's why we'll make a basic calculator with input values. Okay, okay, after this project we'll have another project that is actually create a basic calculator with user inputs. Okay, so it's actually similar to the above. We'll have to go back to the code editor, and here we can simply define a new file that is actually calculator, something like this, and we'll define py for Python file, and here we're going to make a simple calculator. So let me define, so simple calculator. Okay, something like this. For example, you want to add numbers, you can just subtract, you can multiply or divide numbers. Okay, so for doing this, at first we'll have to take number from user. So you will simply define a variable number1, and you can simply just take number on decimal point. So that's why you will have to use float. Okay, you will have to use float, and inside it actually you will take user input. So that's why input function, and you can simply define enter your first number. Okay, first number, something like this. Okay, and after then we'll simply copy it and paste it here, and we will say this will be number 2, and here we'll say enter your second number. Okay, so this is our numbers, and then we'll take a operator. So for doing this we will simply define a variable operator, and our operators will be an input, and here we can simply define enter an operator, something like this. Here we can just present, so it will be either plus or minus or multiply or divide. Okay, divide, and then we will simply say something like this. We don't need this, we'll have something like this. Okay, so this is all for user input, and right now we'll apply conditions. Okay, so for these conditions here we can just simply say if operator equal, that means we use a double equal, that means comparison operator, and here we can simply define, so plus if this operator is actually from this, actually if we get operator is equal plus, then we can simply print something like this. We can simply print, and we print dynamically, so that's why if then double quotation, and we will define result is actually, we will simply define curly braces to present dynamically. We'll have number 1 plus number 2, okay, number 2, okay, something like this. And this is a condition. Then we'll have if so if, and here we'll just do same thing, operator equal if it's minus, then we can say here, let me copy this statement, we'll paste it here, and the result will be here, we'll have minus, and then we can just simply copy this if statement, okay, paste it here, we'll check if it's equal multiply, then we can simply multiply here, and finally we'll copy it and paste it here, and we say here if the operator is divided by, then here we'll have a nested condition, okay, here we'll have to make nested condition. Why? Because for example, if I want to show you, let me define a calculator, and here let me just clear it. I want to show you something like this. For example, you have two number, you can have something like this. Let me take basic calculator, and for example you have some calculation, you want to divide 10 by 5, so something like this, and if you just press equal sign, you can see you are getting 2. But what if you have something like this, 0 by 5, and if you define equal, you can see you are getting 0. But at this point, when you just define 5 by 0, and when you just define this and press equal, then you can see you undefined. That means here you will have to apply another level of condition, okay. So when this is something like this, your number equal your number divided by 0, then it will be something like this, undefined statement, okay. So that's why here we'll have another statement. We'll just take if, and we'll just say if number 2 is not equal 0, then it's actually, we just print the result. So let me define print this result here, so we can just divide it. Otherwise we can simply define, sorry, let me define here, if it's else, then we can say, let me take the indentation, and here we can simply print, so something like this, error. So you can say cannot divide by 0, okay, 0, something like this, okay. So that means when actually look, so at first you will have 5, this is your first number, and if you want to divide it 5 by 0, and you will get this error block, okay, it will hit this error block. And finally, if everything is okay, we'll have else block, and here we can just say print, and we'll say invalid operator, okay, invalid operator, okay, something like this, okay. Let me try to execute it. So for trying to execute it, we can simply run on Python, and you can see it's asks your first number. So I will simply say, for example, my first number is 35, and then our second number is actually 15, and now we'll define an operator. For example, I define plus operator, and if I press enter, it's actually, look, it's actually 50, okay. The result is actually 50. And then for example, again let me try again, we'll just hit this play icon, and let me define our first number is actually 173, and second number is actually 73. And now if I just define subtract or minus icon, and if I just hit enter, then you can see your result is actually 100. Now let's try to, for this block we will just calculate divided by. So for example, if we just hit this play again, it's asked for your first number. Okay, for example, my first number is 5, then my second number is 0, and if I just divided by, so something like this, and hit this enter, you can see the error because this is actually hit this block. Okay, this block. So that's why we can say our calculator is working perfectly. Okay. Okay, so let's get started with module 5, and here we're going to talk about loops and iteration. And in this section actually you will learn how to repeat tasks in Python using while and for loops, understand control flow with break, continue and pass statement, and finally we'll build a simple mini projects like a number guessing game or multiplication table generator. Okay, so we will have a practical session here. So let's get started from the first topic. So this is actually a loop. So what is actually loop? Loop allow you to repeat actions without writing code over and over. That means you can repeat your actions without repeating your code. So just like setting a alarm to ring every 5 minutes. Okay, so that's the automation, and that's actually looping. Okay, so let's try to work with. So at first we'll have while loop, and for doing that actually let me back to the code editor, and here I will simply clear everything. I will just delete all of this file and we'll start from a new file. So for example we're going to cover loops. Okay, so let me define loops dot py, and here we're going to cover the first one is actually the while loop. Okay, the while loop. Okay, so for this while loop, let me define the syntax first. So to define the syntax, at first you will use the while keyword, then your condition will be there. So condition here, then you will have a clone, and after then you will have your code here. Okay, so your repetitive code here. Okay, repetitive code here. Okay, something like this is actually the syntax of while condition. Okay, so sorry, this is the syntax of while loop. Okay, so after then let me explain with an example. For example, we have a count. Okay, so this is a variable and we'll assign a value that is actually 1, and after then we will use while loop. Okay, so we will use while loop, and here we will have to write our condition. For example, we want to just define something like this: our count is less than or equal 5. So if this condition is true, so count is less than or equal 5, we can simply print something like here. We can just simply say uh, count is, and then we can just define a comma, and then we will just present our count. Okay, so something like this, and after then look, after then here this is the print statement, and after then we'll have to apply a condition here. So the condition is something like this: we will have to increase this count value every time. So that's why we can just simply define count equal count plus 1. Every time it will increase count plus 1. Okay, so we can use a shorthand property here based on it. So we can simply define this by this way. You can simply say count plus equal 1. That means this is the shorthand. Okay, so now if you run, look, if you run your code, you can see your count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5. That means here the condition start from when count 1 is actually, look, at first it has count 1, and look, 1 is actually less than 5. That means this condition is true. So that's why it will print this statement, and after then it will update 1 plus 1, then it will become 2, and this time actually this condition will be obviously true, and then it will print this count 2. Then after then it will just increase the value, so then it will become 3, and this condition is true, so that's I print 3 from here, and after then it will just again just 3 plus 1, that means it will become 4, and this time actually it's print 4 here, and after then when it's 4, from here we get it 5, something like this. At this time actually we print 5 here, and then it will increase 5 plus 1, that means it's become 6. And when this is the condition, look, this is actually not a true condition. So if this is not true, we don't get output from here, which actually just get out of the loop. Okay, so get out of the loop. So that's why here it's actually matter to define condition. So here we can simply define count here. Okay, so by doing this way you can just print all of your numbers serially from 1 to 5. Okay, so before you careful update your value here, so look, before you just update your value here, you can just update it logically, otherwise it will just move to forever loop. Okay, so next what you will have to do, next actually we're going to talk about for loop. Okay, so for loop actually okay, now let me discuss it on the next video. Okay, so after this while actually loop, we are going to talk about for loop. Okay, so for the for loop, let me add a comment. So the for loop, okay, for loop, and here actually let me define the syntax first. At first you will have a for keyword, then you will define I, and you will check range. Okay, so I in range, and here you can just provide your starting position. So start, strt start, comma stop, okay, stop stop, then your step. Okay, step, and finally here you can just define the repeat this block. So what you define here, it will be repeat the block. Okay, so we can simply say repeat this block. Okay, something like this. And here you can see this is actually the syntax of for loop. And right now after then, okay, so let's define an example. For example, you have a range from 1 to 6, means you will start from 1 and stop before 6. Okay, so that means I want to say that if you have a range, so your range is range is for example 1 to 6. That means it's actually that means it's actually start start from 1 and stop before 6. Okay, something like this. We can say it's actually from array 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, start from on and end before 6. Okay, so let's try to execute this example. So we'll start using a for keyword, then we'll have I, and then we'll define in keyword, and here we'll call range. Okay, and inside it we'll just define our starting position and ending position. Okay, so this is actually a start and a stop. So right now we skip this step, but here after then we can simply print actually the numbers. So here we can simply say number, and we can simply something like this. Here we print the I. Okay, so now if you just let me run this code, and you can see your number start from 1 and end in 5. Okay, so this is actually the loop. So this block is just repeated based on these condition here. Okay, so after then actually let's try to work with a list. Okay, so for example you have a list, so we'll loop. So for example what we're going to do, we will loop through this, or we uses through a list, g is through a list. Okay, something like this. So for example you will have a fruit list, fruits fruits, and here it will be a list, and here you will define some different fruits. For example we will have apple, then we can have banana, so we can have banana, then we can have cherry. Okay, so CACRY cherry. You want to print separately, so it will print apple, banana and cherry. Okay, so for doing this, actually what you will do, you will take the call of for loop and then you will every time get a single fruit. Okay, so single fruit in actually from this fruit list, and right now you can simply print your fruit. Okay, so your fruit, you can simply copy this and paste it here. So by doing this, actually every time you will get a single fruit. So let me run it. You can see at first it print apple, then banana, then cherry. Okay, so it's actually printing by this way. Okay, so if you want, you can just apply method here. For example, you can just define capitalized. Okay, so now if you play it, you can see it's now capitalized. Okay, so first letter is starting with capital letter. Okay, so this is actually the for loop, and in the next video we're going to cover loop control statement. That means we're going to talk about break, continue and pass statement. Okay, now we'll have to cover loop control, and here we're going to discuss about break, continue and pass. Okay, so break means actually exist the loop earlier, then continue means skip current iteration, and actually pass means it's actually do nothing. Okay, so it's like something like this, it will work as a placeholder. Okay, so let's try to see some example of it. So at first let me go back to the code editor, and here you can see you have some code. Let me just select everything and backspace to remove everything, and we're going to discuss about a loop control statement. Okay, so loop control statement. Okay, so here at first let me use break statement, and here this is actually exist from loop. Okay, so break means exist from loop. Okay, okay, so for doing this, let me define a for loop here, and then we'll have for I in our range, and we will define a number. A starting point is 1 and ending point is 10, and here we'll have a clone, and then we will just define another if else conditions, and here we'll have if, and we say if I equal 5, then here we can say it's actually break. Okay, otherwise we can simply say print I. Okay, so let me check it. We will have to run our code, so choose run python file, and here you can see we have 1 2 3 4. That means when there is 5, it's skip the loop. That means it will print on to 4, because we just define when I is 5, it will break this loop and get outside of this loop. Okay, so if you define 7 here and run your code again, and you can see it's actually print from on to 6, and when 6 is printed and the value of I is 7, that means then it's break the loop. Okay, so after then let me try to learn actually continuous. Okay, so continue means actually skip. Okay, so continue means skip current iteration. Okay, current iteration. Okay, so for this current iteration we will have the same thing. Okay, so here actually let me cut this, and right now here we can simply okay, let me keep it up. We will just comment it, and here actually instead of break we can simply use continue. Okay, so we can just simply use continue, and if I run my code, you can see here it's started from 1 2 3 4 5, and then when I the value of I is 7, then it's just skipped. Look, after 5 you have 6. If I just reduce the range, for example we have 5, and then if we run it, you can see, so we can see here the output is it's start from 1 2 3 4, and then when I is 5, it skip the number, then it start from 6 7 8 9. Okay, so I hope you understand. When you use actually continue, it skip the iteration. Okay, so after then lastly we'll have to talk about pass. Okay, so we'll have to talk about pass. Let me take some space here. Pass means actually do nothing. Okay, so do nothing, it's actually used as a placeholder. So placeholder, and for this placeholder we have the same thing. We can simply copy this block and right now paste it here. Let me comment it right now, and here we can simply define. Here we have a range. We will simply say here we have 5, and now when if I is equal to, we can simply define this is actually pass. Okay, so let me run this code and show you the output. Okay, if we run, you can see it's started from 0, and when I is true, it's actually passed. You can see everything is there. That means these pass do nothing, it's just print everything. Okay, so we have this if statement, but it's not working because we use pass here. So pass does nothing. So I hope you understand all of this concept. Let me just discuss again. When you use break, it means it will break the loop and go outside of the loop. And when you use continue, it's actually skip the current iteration. That means if you define a value, then it will skip that value. And lastly we have pass means do nothing, it does not change anything, it's just a placeholder. Now let's talk about nested loops. And here nested loop means loops inside loops. Okay, so it's useful for grid, table or patterns. So let's try to explore the nested loops, and for doing that go back to the code editor, and here I will simply clear everything and then add a comments. We're going to discuss about nested loops, and this is actually loops inside loops. So for example, here we'll have a for loop. We'll have for I in range we will have number 1 is starting number and 4 is ending number. Okay, so this is actually a stop, and inside it actually will have another loop. Okay, so loop inside loops, that means we have a for loop and inside this we have another loop. So for example, we will have another for loop, and here we'll define another variable. Okay, so j, and we'll check if range, and we'll define range can be 1 4. Okay, so the same loop is here, and right now here we can simply print. Okay, something like this. We will print I comma, then we will have x. That means we will just try to multiply I, and then we will have j, and finally we will have here we'll have quotation. We'll use equal sign. That means we are actually just trying to just define some symbols here. That means it will be a multiplication, something like table. Okay, so here we can just simply I into j. That means it will multiply the numbers. Okay, let me run this code. You can see it's actually a table for multiplication, and here 1 into 1 actually 1, then 1 into 2 2, 1 into 3 3, 2 into 1 2, then 2 to 4, 2 3 6, 3 1 3, then 3 2 6, 3 3 9. Okay, so that means it's a multiplication table, and but we did this using actually nested loops. So nested loops is loops inside loops, and it's useful for if you're working to design a pattern, or if you're working to make table, something like that, or if you are just working to design grid, then this will help you. Okay, so after then actually we are going to move to do some projects, and here we will make a number guessing game, or just we'll have another multiplication table, something like we did here. Okay, so in the next video we are just going to cover our first project, that is the number guessing game. Okay, so now we're going to make a project that is actually number guessing game, and here user gets a number in between 1 to 10. Okay, so for this project we'll have to create a new file, and here we will say something like this: guess underscore number. Okay, so this will be a python file, so that's why .py, and we'll add a comments. So try to add as much as comment you need. Okay, so it's a best practices. So here we can simply say number guessing game. Okay, so here we can simply, at first we need to define a random number, so that's why we will import random. Okay, so we'll import a package that is actually called it random, and this is a default package. You don't need to install external packages here. Okay, then we'll have to just define a secret number. Okay, so here for secret underscore number, and this secret number will generate by this random dot radiant. Okay, so this command will actually create a secret number in between. We'll just define a range in between 1 to 10. Okay, so this is the range. That means from here actually we will get a secret number every time. Okay, so after then what we will do, we will simply define our guess number. So guess number will be something like this, start with 0, and here we will have to use the while loop here. Okay, so at first we'll work with while, then we will just try to check the condition. If guess is not equal your secret number, then inside it actually we will use we need to take a input from actually user. So that's why here we will simply define guess. So we'll assign, so primarily we just define guess is 0, but here we'll actually take the guess from the user. So that's why here we will take a input, and this input will be a integer value, and that's why we will take in int. Then we'll have input function, and this input function will just ask the questions. So we can simply say guess a number between 1 and 10. Okay, something like this. And after then actually look here, user will just input a number, and after then we will just apply if and else condition. Okay, so for doing this we can simply say if we will check if, so we can just ignore this parenthesis. We can simply say if guess is less than your secret number, then you can simply print too low. Okay, you can simply print something like this, too low. And after then we'll have a if. Okay, so if condition, and here we will just define guess is greater than secret number. We can say this is actually print something like this, too high. Okay, and finally if these two conditions fail, then we can just define else. So else, and this else block say print correct. Okay, correct, correct, you guessed it. Okay, something like this. Okay, so our random number guessing game is okay. We can just run our code and try to check if we can guess the correct number. Okay, so for this let me hit this play icon, and here it asks guess a number in between 1 to 10. That means it will just give you this prompt here, and let me choose a number. For example, I just start with 7, and if I hit enter, look, too high. That means you guess the number too high. And then here let's try to just guess another number. So for example it will be now 4, and if I hit, you can see too low. That means our number is inside it. So that's why here let me try to guess 5, and if I press enter, too low. That means we can just try to just assign 6, and look, our secret number was 6. So at first we try to with 7, and then it's too high. Then if you try to 4, then it's too low. That means we have in between 7 to 4. Okay, so either the number will be inside 6 or 5, then we try to 5, and lastly we just try to 6, so we guess the number. You can just try it again. For example, let me hit this, and here you will have to just provide a number in between 1 to 10. So let me try with 8 and too high. Then let me try to 2, and it's too low. That means we have in between 8 2. Okay, so we can just guess 5, so too high. That means we have in between 2 to 5. So 2 to 5 means we have 3. Okay, so after then we can just try with 4. So look, it's actually correct. So that means by doing this way you can just develop your own number guessing game. Okay, so in the next video we'll do another practical project, that is actually multiplication table generator. Okay, so we have completed our first project, that was number guessing game, and right now we are just going to do multiplication table generator. Okay, so this is our next project. Okay, so for doing that, here we'll have to do something like this. Let me create a new project file, and here we'll simply define multiplication table, or we can just say this is actually table generator. So table underscore generator. Okay, underscore generator dot py. Okay, something like this. Here we'll add a comments. So at first you need to take a number from your user, so that's why here we can have a variable that is actually number, and then to accept a number, at first we will take a input function, and inside it we will ask the questions, enter a number. Okay, so as a student or the user provide a number, that's why we'll make sure this is a number and the type is actually integer type. So that's why we will take int, and inside it actually we will pass input enter a number. Okay, so something like this. Right now we will apply a for loop, and here we will have for I in range, actually range 1 to 11, on to 11, and here we will have something like this. We can simply say print, and we can say something like this. Here we will present number, so that's why curly braces to present dynamically number here, and then we can just say it will multiply, so x sign for multiplication, and here we'll print I, and finally we can just do the calculation, and we'll have another dynamical um, presentation. Here we will calculate number into I. Okay, number into I. So that means it will actually generate a multiplication number table, and based on the user input. Okay, so we are ready to execute. If we just hit this play icon, you can see enter a number. If I just provide 5, and if you press enter, you can see it's actually provided table. This is a multiplication table. 5 into 1 equal 5, then 5 into 5 equal 5, and 5 into 10 equal 10. Okay, so if you provide now, so let's run our code again. If you provide for now, for example 10, then it will work something like this. So it's perfectly presenting our multiplication table. And next, if I just provide another number, for example if I provide 13, and if I hit enter, you can see it's working perfectly. So it will just take a number and make a multiplication table for you. Okay, so it's very easy and very common, and I hope you understand. Okay, so something like this. In module 6, you will learn how to write and use function in Python, understand parameters, return type, and the concept of a scope. And finally, you will build some projects. Okay, so at first in this video, we're going to cover how to define functions. And before that, what is actually a function? A function is a block of reusable code that does on a specific task. Instead of writing the same code again and again, you put it inside a function and just call it when you need. Okay, so for example, you can think it about a coffee machine. You can just press a button, it run a process and give you a coffee. So you don't have to write the whole coffee mixing process each time. That's what a function does. Okay, so let's try to define how to you can just define a function. Okay, so for doing this, we'll just copy this and go back to the code editor, and here we'll have some file. We can simply select everything and delete. Okay, so let me delete it. Okay, so we'll start from a new file. Here we can say function, function functions dot py. Okay, here we'll have a comments. We'll learn how to define a function, and to define a function, let me show you the syntax first. To define a function, at first you will have a def. So this is the keyword for the definition, and then you will have a function name. So here you will have a function name, then you will have a parenthesis, then you will have a colon, and inside here your code block will goes. Okay, so that means this is code block. Okay, so this is your function syntax. Okay, you will have to follow this syntax. You will have to start with def keyword, that means definition, then your function name, then parenthesis, then colon, and inside it you will have your code. Okay, so this is your reusable code. Okay, so as you just learn the syntax, let's try to apply it. So for doing this, for example, we will have a def keyword, that means definition. Let me give a function name. So our function is something like greet someone, so that's why we will have so great key text here. So this is actually, look, this is our keyword to define a function. Then we'll have our function name here, then we'll have parenthesis, then we'll have a clone, and finally inside it, for example, we can simply say print, this is our code block, and we will say hello Python developers. Okay, Python developers, something like this. And now look, if you run your code, nothing happened. Actually, Python function or any function will execute when you call the function. So if you define function, it does not execute, it will only execute when you call the function. So to execute this function, you can simply call it. So let me call greet, and if you call this function by doing this way, then if you run your code, you can see it says hello developer. If you try to run it again, you can see hello developers. Okay, so if you need to run it twice, you can just do this way. So run, we have two grid right now, and if you just hit this play icon, then you can see it's run twice. So that means this is your reusable code block, and now if you just call your function, it will execute it. Okay, so this is the way how you can just define a function, and in the next video we're going to talk about parameters and arguments. So a function can just receive a parameter, and when you call, you will have to use argument, and in the next video we're going to cover that topic. Okay, in the previous video we have talked about functions in Python, and right now we just have to cover so parameters and return types. And to define parameters and return type, here you can see we'll have a function. So we'll have a simple function, and if you want to use parameter here, you will have to use your parameter inside this parenthesis. So parameter allow you to send data into function. So for example, if you want to just rewrite this function, something like this, let me just cut it, and we are going to rewrite this function. So at first we'll have def, then we'll have function name greet, and we'll have parenthesis, then we'll have clone, and here we'll have code block. But if you want to pass some data inside your function, you will have to use parameter here. So our parameter could be a name, so this is a single data, and then for example here we'll have a print function, and we'll just print data dynamically, so that's why a, then we'll have double quotation, and we'll say hello, and you want to greet the person by name, so that's why here we'll have curly braces, and we'll pass name here. Okay, so that means look, we just take input or just pass data using parameter, and here you just print your data here. Okay, so right now after doing this, after using this parameter, here we can simply call this function to execute it. So this is actually great, and then here we'll have to use argument. So this value is called it actually a parameter, and when you call your function, this is called it argument. So parameter, this is parameter, and here we'll pass our argument. For example, you can just provide a name, so Alice, and if you run your code again, you can see it's greeting the person hello Alice. And if you call this function again, so great, and here if you provide my name, so then if you hit this play icon, then you can see at first it greets the Alice, then it greets Mamun. Okay, so by doing this, we are just making our function more better using parameters and arguments. Okay, so I just say again, parameter allow you to send data into function. So here is your parameter, and when you call function, this is called it argument. Okay, so I hope you clear on this point, and now we are just going to learn the return value. Okay, so for this return value, actually here let me add a comments, we are going to cover return values. Okay, so for these actually, for example, a function can just give back results using the return keyword. So something like this, let me try to define a function that is actually def, and we will define a function name. So this is add number. So this is our function name, and inside it we'll have to write our parameter. Okay, so we'll have maybe two parameter, so number one, and we'll have number 2. Okay, so this function receive two parameter, and now then it will calculate something like this. It will calculate the addition of this number. So this is actually, sorry, number 1 plus number 2. Okay, so something like this. So this will actually calculate these two parameter, okay, by doing this. And now if you want to get output from this function as return value, then that's why you will have to use a return keyword here. So return keyword here, so you can see this is actually return type, and here actually it will return the result of number 1 and number 2. Okay, so number 2. So I hope this actually function return this, or number 1 plus number 2, that means it will return some value from here. Okay, so if I just call, for example, let me define another variable, so that is actually result, and we will call our function inside this variable. Okay, so if you call it and now pass two number, for example, we just define 55 and 32, and after then if you just print something like this, we can just print, will have say something like this, sum is, and you will simply print your result here. Okay, so result here. So right now if you just call your function, this will just return the addition of 55 and 32, and it will assign to another variable, and we print that variable here. So if you hit right now, you can see your output is 87. That means it's actually added these two number. Okay, so by following this way, you can just define a return type here. So something like this, this function receive two parameter, and it's return the addition of this two number, and we just call from here. This is our argument. So in previously we have on parameter, and here we'll have two parameter. So if you hover, you can see this is parameter, and if you hover here, so this is actually not showing, but it's actually called it argument. Okay, so I hope you understand that. In the next video, what we'll have to cover, the scope. We'll have local scope and global scope, and we'll learn how to just this local and global scope work. Okay, so we already have talked about how to define function and how to work with argument, then parameters, then we learn return type, and at this point actually we'll have to talk about local versus global scope. Okay, so for doing this, let me select everything and backspace to remove. Here we'll add a comments, and here my comments is local versus global scope. Okay, so scope scope. So scope means where a variable is accessible, so that means from where your variable is accessible. Okay, so for example, let me define a function that is actually def, and it will just say hello. So this is actually our function name, and here we can simply define something like this. This is actually name, and this is a variable, and we say Alice, ALIC, Alice, and then we will just print something like this. Here we'll print hello, and we can simply say your name. Okay, so something like this. And right now if you just print your function, so say hello, so we'll call our function, and right now if you run your code, you can see hello Alice, it is just saying something like that. Okay, so you can see this is giving me output from here. Okay, but if you want to try something, if you want to try to print this name, so this name from here, you can see it's already showing me name is not defined, and if you run it, you can see the name is not defined. Okay, so why actually name is not defined? We have name here, But what it actually says, why it's actually not defined. Look, so we define the name inside a function, but we are trying to access it from here. So this is not inside function, so that's why we are just giving me output a error here. Okay, so this is actually scope, so only we can just access this name inside this block, not outside of this block. Okay, so this is actually block scope or just local scope. And now if you just define the name at the above, for example, you will have this name, let me cut it, and you will keep it at the top. And right now, so here we'll have name here, and then look, this name is at the top, that means it's now global variable. Okay, so when it's inside a function, it was a local scope or local variable, and right now you just define the name at the top, so that's why this name is accessible from here inside a function and also accessible from this. So if you now run your code, look, it's giving me perfect output. At first, when your function is called here, it will print the name from here, so this is hello Alice, and after then when we just print the name, it's just say Alice. Okay, so that's why we can say that this is your global scope. And when you use inside a code block something like this inside a function or if else block or somewhere else, so that is actually local scope. So I hope you understand what is global scope and local scope. And lastly, here we'll have some difference between built-in and user defined function. Okay, so built-in function is already available in Python. For example, here you are using a print function, so this is a print function, this is already available, so this is actually built-in function. Here we have some others function, so that is actually length checking. So if you want to check length, then for example here if you want to check the length of the name, you can simply say len, and you can just pass the every string name, and if you just hit it, you can see the length of the name is actually 5. That means we have 5 elements here. So this is another actually built-in function. Then can you remember we have actually a input function, so we just use input function something like this const we'll have for example is, and we can just say int. So we'll just take input value will be a integer, and inside it we'll have a input, and we say horse, we can say how old are you. Okay, something like that. So here you can see we are using input, and this is another built-in function. And lastly we have some okay, so this is actually built-in function. And here look, we have just defined our custom function. So as we define our own function, this actually say hello function, this is actually our user defined function. So I hope you understand. You use print, so print is actually a built-in function, length is a built-in function, input is a built-in function. But here when we define our custom function, that is called it actually user defined function. And user defined function are written by yourself, so it's actually not written by Python. Okay, and in the next actually we'll have to do a mini project, that is actually tip calculator using a function. Okay, so here we'll use all the concept we have learned from the module 6. Okay, in this video we're going to make a new project, that is actually tip calculator using function. Okay, so here you ask for your bill amount, and then you will have a tip percentage, and then you will calculate tip and total and display the results using your functions. Okay, so for doing that we will go back to the code editor, and here we'll simply take a new file. We're going to talk about a calculator project, that is actually tip calculator. So that's why we name something like this. Our file name will be tip calculator.py, and here at first you will have to ask your bill amount. So that's why let's try to make it using a function. We'll have a def keyword, and we will just define get underscore bill amount. Okay, so bill amount, this is our function name, and then we'll have a clone, and inside it actually we can simply say return. We will return a input, and this will be a float number. Okay, so we'll have float value here, and inside it we'll have a input function, and we will say we will ask user or someone enter. So something like this, we'll have a string enter the bill amount. Okay, amount, something like this. Okay, so then a user actually input their bill amount, and after then you will have to just ask for the uh, percentage. Okay, so for doing this we'll have another function that is actually get underscore tip percentage. Okay, so get underscore tip percentage, t percentage. Okay, this will be another function, and this function actually return something like this. It will return another float, and here we will simply just call input function, and we will say enter the tip percentage. Okay, percentage. Okay, something like this. And let me define some example here. Easy, and we can say 10 for actually 10%. Okay, something like this. And after then what we'll do, we can just now calculate our tip. Okay, so for calculating our tip we will have another function, so that is def, and we'll just say calculate underscore tip, and here we will have a function. This function actually receive two things. Actually it will receive a bill amount, so it will just receive a built amount, and then it will just take tip percentage. Okay, tip underscore percent. Okay, and inside it actually we can just return something like this. We will have to calculate the bill into tip percentage, and then we will divide it by 100. Okay, so this is the calculation to calculate the tip, and finally we'll have to make the total amount. Okay, so we'll have our tip calculation here. Now we'll just combine to just calculate your total bill and your tip percentage. Okay, so for doing that we'll have another function, and we'll just say calculate total. Okay, something like this, and here this will be a function. This function will receive another two parameter. Will have the bill and then your tip amount. Okay, tip underscore amount, and this is actually say something like this, return. We'll just return the bill plus tip amount. Okay, plus tip amount, and finally we'll have another function to display the result. Okay, so we'll have def will just display result, so that's why display underscore result, and this function actually will result our calculation, so that's why it will just receive two parameter, tip and total. Okay, so and now inside it we'll have a print. We will dynamically print, so that's why we'll have f, and here we need to take a line break, so that's why we'll have something like this, and we'll say n, and this will just define a line break, and we'll say tip, and here we can just dynamically present. We'll have a dollar sign to just it's will just say you the dollar symbol, and we'll say tip. Okay, tip, and then we will just make it two fragments, so that means it will just print two fragment. Okay, something like this, and finally we will have another print statement. So here we will have something like this. We'll say this print statement will now, this will be, sorry, tip, this is actually tip, and here we'll say that is actually total bill. Okay, total bill, and we will simply just call total here and just make it to decimal point. Okay, something like this, and finally we are ready to execute. Okay, so to ready to execute actually what you will have to do, we'll have to call our function. So that's why at first let me call our function. We'll call bill, and here we'll call our get bill amount. So we'll call the function here. After then, so we'll have to call this percentage. Okay, so here we say tip percentage, tip underscore percentage, percent. Okay, something like this. And here we'll just call get tip percentage, something like this. So these two things actually not receive anything, but from the third one, actually let me add some space here. Okay, so from the third one, actually we will have to call tip, and this will actually calculate this tip. So we'll have to call this function, and this function receive two argument. So first argument will be bill and tip percentage. So this will be bill, and then we'll have tip percentage. Okay, tip percentage, something like this. And after then we will have total. So total will be, we'll call this function, so calculate total. And now inside this function we'll have to pass two parameter. So first one is actually bill and tip amount. So bill will be here, so bill will pass bill and tip amount. So tip amount will be our tip. So we'll get the tip amount from this, okay, variable. So that's why we'll pass this two thing. And finally we need to display the result. So that's why we'll say display results, and inside this function it will receive tip and total. So we'll just pass our tip, and we'll have to pass total. So total, something like this. And look, we are ready. Okay, we are ready to execute. So at first we will have a function. This function actually asks a questions, enter the bill amount. Then we'll have another function to just get the percentage, tip percentage point. For example, if you want to give 10% tip, so you will define 10. If you just provide 20% tip, so you will just simply present 20. And then we, based on these two thing, we will just calculate our tip. And here after then we'll have to calculate our total, and finally we'll have to present our data. Okay, so if I just run it, we'll see it's asks for the bill amount. For example, we just spent 750 taka. Okay, and if we press enter, now it asks for tip percentage. For example, I will provide 15% tip. So if I just now press enter, you can see your total tip is actually um 112.50, and your total bill is something like this. Okay, so it's presenting this way. Okay, so I hope you understand. So something like this, it's actually calculate your tip and total bill amount. Okay, so this is the way how you can make your tip calculator, and I hope you understand this. In the next module we are going to cover list and tuples. Okay. Okay, so now we are going to start module 7, and here we are going to talk about list and tuples. Okay, so what are list actually? A list is like a container that can hold multiple items like number, string, or even other list. And if you want to understand it, I can say you can think about shopping list. You can add items, you can remove items from your list, or even you can change item. Okay, so at first in this video we are just showing you how you can just create list. Okay, to start with coding, let me go to Visual Studio Code, and here I will clear all of this file. So I just select everything and then delete it. Okay, so we are starting from our a new module. So that's why we will just create a new file that is called it actually list. Okay, so at first we are going to cover list, and here we simply define list.py, that means Python file. And here, as I said, a list is like a container, can hold multiple items. Okay, so how to define a list? To define a list, for example, here, for example, we're going to just make a collection of fruits. So that's why here we'll define a name of the list. So that is actually fruits, and then we'll have to assign a value to this list. So that's why we'll have equal sign. Then we will use a third bracket or a square bracket. So in programming we just say it a square bracket, and inside it actually we can simply define some of the fruits name. For example, we have apple, then we have banana, then we can have cherry. Okay, so right now this is actually list. To define a list, at first you will have to name the list, then you will have assignment operator, then you have a third bracket or a square bracket, and inside this actually this will be list element. So this is first element, this is the list second element, and this is the third element. You can have more element here. Okay, so now if you want to print it, let me print this list item. So for example, fruit, if our UIT fruits, and if I run my code using run python file, then you can see you're getting an output something like this. Okay, so if you want to get individual item, you can just do this way by indexing. So that's why, as it's a list and we can access list by indexing. So this is actually first indexing, this is the second indexing, and this is actually third indexing. Our indexing start from actually 0, so 0, this is 1, and this is actually 2. So if you want to get apple, then you have to define a square bracket here, then you will define your indexing. Okay, so first indexing start from 0, so we define 0, and now if we run our code, look, now it's just printing apple here. Okay, so by doing this actually we can access item, and we also talk about indexing. And if you want to get, for example, cherry, you will have, look, this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2. Okay, so we can have 2 here. Run your code, you can just get output from cherry. Okay, so if you want to slicing your item, for example, you want to get only banana and cherry. So if you want to get banana and cherry, then you will have to just slice your list. Okay, so for example, here we want to get, so we want to get banana and cherry. Okay, so the list of a banana and cherry. So for doing that, what you will have to do, for example, we will call print function, and here inside it we'll have fruits. Okay, and inside these actually we will have to define our indexing. So at first we will define our indexing number. We have a starting and ending point. So for example, if we start from this to this, that means we need to print banana and cherry. We can simply define I clone first clone. First means actually this is 0, and this is the first indexing, that means this is 0, this is 1. Okay, so we define start from on and continue to the end. Okay, and if you just run your code again, you can see, so it's printing banana and cherry, as I said here, banana and cherry. Okay, so now for example, you want to just print this first two list. Okay, so list item. So to do that, we can just simply define print, and here we can just call fruits, and now we want actually this two element. Okay, so for doing that actually we can simply define, so for start from, so at first value is the starting point, and then we just define ending point. We just end on here actually, so we want end on 2. Here we define 2. 2 means when you just define the ending point here, it will just skip the last value. For example, this is 0, 1, and 2. We define 2, that means 2 is not included. 2 is not included, that means we only get this. So start from 0 indexing, but we define 2 the end point, and that's why as it's 2, 2 will be excluded. So that means it will only print 0 and 1. Okay, so now if you run it, you'll see you are getting apple and banana from this second print. Okay, so this is actually how we can just define a list, how you can get access, and just apply slice to get list item. Okay, and remind again, python indexing starts at 0. That means when you are just working with list, it is starting its indexing from 0. In the previous video, we just covered these two things. At first we just learn how to create list. Okay, we will have to talk about tuples, and it will be later, but right now we have talked about how to define list. Then we just try to just learn the indexing and slice of a list, and finally this is the third lesson, and here we learn some common method. Okay, so we can use append method to add item to the end. Then we can have remove method, so that is actually remove a specific item. Then we'll have pop, insert, sort, and length. Okay, so that's why here we'll learn some common method of list item. Okay, so let's do that. For doing that, let me go back to the code editor, and here for example let me just remove all of this stuff. At first let me show you how the append method works. So we're going to work with append method. Okay, so append method is something like this. If you want to add item to this list, for example we have a list of fruits, and if you want to add new item to this list item, so that's why you will use append. And append actually add item to the end of the list, to the end of the list. Okay, so that means if you want to add new fruits here, for example you want to add orange here, orange, orange here, so this is actually how you can add orange here at the end of your list. Okay, so for doing that actually we are doing with the append method. So for example to do that, at first you will have to call your list, then you will define a dot, then here you can see all the method are suggesting for you, and we just choose append method at first, and inside it you will define your newly child or newly item. Okay, so for example we will define orange, and now if we run code, and obviously we need to print the fruits here to check it. So fruits here. Okay, so now let me keep a print statement here also, so that we can just see the differences. And we say something like this: before something like this. Okay, so this is the before and this is the new item. Okay, so if you now hit play, then you can see before we have only 3 items, and now this is actually after we just append items here. So after appends you can see apple, banana, cherry, and your orange is listed here to this list. Okay, so by doing this append method you can add new item to your list. And after then what we are going to cover, for example you want to just remove a specific item, for example you want to remove banana from your list. So how you can do that? To do that, here actually we will have to apply remove method. Okay, remove method. So remove method actually remove a specific item, a specific item. Okay, a specific item. So how to remove a specific item? So for doing this you will just simply say fruits, then you will have a dot, then you will call remove method, and inside it you will just define which actually item will be removed from your array. For example if you want to remove this banana, you can simply just type banana here. Let me copy this and keep the text here. So now if you print your fruits you will see something like this. Let me run it. You can see before we have apple, banana, and cherry, and right now we have apple, cherry, orange, because we added orange here. So let me just comment this actually, and if you hit again you can see previously we have apple, banana, and cherry, but right now we have apple and cherry because we just removed banana from here, from our list actually. Okay, so this is actually remove method. Let me comment it. Now we are going to talk about pop. Okay, so pop method. Okay, so what is actually pop method? Pop method actually remove item, remove the last item, okay, from the list. So remove the last item from the list. Okay, so how it's work, will have to call your fruits list, and then you will have to define pop, and here you can simply call it. So if you do this actually it will remove the last item, that means it will remove the cherry and will only return apple and banana. So let me hit again. You can see, so previously we have apple, banana, cherry, but right now we'll have apple and banana because the last list item is removed as we just applied pop method on our list. Okay, so after then what next actually? After then let me comment this. We will explore insert method. Okay, for example we will add a comments. Now we're going to add a new method, that is actually insert. Okay, insert. So insert method, what it does, insert method actually insert a specific item to a indexing. So we can say insert a specific item, insert item in a specific index. Okay, something like this. Okay, to do this we will have to call fruits, and then we'll have to apply insert method, and inside it actually at first you will have to provide your indexing. For example, you want to just add a item to this position, that means at first we will have 0 indexing, then 1, then 2, you will add new item to the 2 indexing. So at first we will provide our indexing number, then we will provide our value. For example, our item will be a grape. Okay, something like this. That means if you run your code, you can see previously we have apple, banana, and then cherry. Right now we have apple, banana, then grape, then cherry, because grape is added here because we just define the grapes indexing is actually 2. So look, we have started with 0, this is 1, and now it's 2, and then cherry is moved to the 3. Okay, indexing. So by doing this way we can just apply insert method, and after then actually we can just explore another method, that is actually sort method. Okay, so sort method, what it does, so sort method actually, so sort item, so it will sort item or sort list alphabetically or numerically. Okay, alpha page al ph alphabetically or numerically. Okay, something like this. Okay, so to do this you can have something like this, you will have a fruit list, so you can simply define fruit list dot sort. Okay, and if you call right now, and look, if you just run your code, you can see we have apple, banana, cherry, then here actually you can see the latest version is here, so apple, banana, cherry, and grape, because here actually look, it's start from a, b, then C group, and then after this C actually it's became grape. Okay, so by doing this way actually it will sort items. If you have a number of array, for example you have numbers something like this, for example we have some random numbers 52, 14, 78, 32, and sorry 32, and for example we have 85. So we have some several numbers, and if you apply sort method here, look, numbers dot sort, and look, if you do that you can simply just sorting your number. Okay, so we'll have to use print, so let me just call print function here, and we'll say numbers, print the numbers, and right now if you run your code you can see it's actually sorted from lowest to highest value, so 14, 32, 52, 78, 85. Look, the alphabetic was started from 52, but it's right now so lowest value to largest value. Okay, so that means sort is working perfectly, and after this sort actually we have the last method, so this is actually length method. Okay, so len, len, length method, this length method calculate the list item length. Okay, so this is actually get the number of items, numbers number of items in a list. Okay, in a list. So for example here we have actually, here we'll have 3 items, but we added another new item, so from, if we apply length to these fruits we will get length 4. Okay, we can simply check it, so let me do it. We can just simply say so len, and we can just define fruits here inside this length function, and then if you run it then you can see the length is 4, because we have 3 fruits here, we added a new fruits by using insert, and right now we have 4 fruits. You can see we have something like this, and as we just discussed about this topic, in the next video we're just going to cover how to iterating over list, and then we'll have tuples. Okay, okay, now in this video we're going to cover these 2 items, iteration over list and tuples immutability. Okay, so for doing this actually let me go back to the code, and here for example I just just clear everything. And at first, as we have a list item of fruits, we have the same thing, fruits fruits, and here we'll have to take a new list item. So for example, we'll have again apple, then we'll have banana, then we'll have cherry, then we'll have warrens, RANG, and something like this. Okay, we have a list of fruits, and right now, for example, you want to just print the items one by one. For example, the output should look like, at first we'll have apple, then we'll have banana, NANA, then we'll have cherry, and lastly we'll have actually warrens, warrens. So that means we are just iterating this list and print the fruits one by one. Okay, something like this. So to get this output, you will have to use a for in loop. Okay, so we'll have to use for, then I, or you can just say I in fruits. Okay, so that means if every time from this fruits array we'll get a new item. Okay, so this is a variable, you can just replace it with a singular of fruit, something like this, it's up to you. fruit fruit. Okay, so that means we are just iterating this fruits array, and every time we'll get a single fruit, and here actually we can simply print the fruit. Okay, so fruit. Okay, so if you do this and run your code, you can see you are getting the same output that we said we'll have to output, something like this. We will iterate the list item one by one. For example, at first it will check apple in your fruit list. If this apple is available, it will print. Then on the second time it will just check if banana is available on fruits, then it will just print this banana, then cherry, then orange. Okay, something like this. So this is actually called it iteration over list. Okay, so now at this point we're going to talk about tuples and the tuples immutability. And for doing this, actually let me go back here, and as we are just talking about a new topics, that is tuples. Okay, tuples dot py. So this is new file, and here we'll add a comments. So tuples tuples and its immutability. Okay, so let me copy this tuples immutability. Okay, so for doing this, at first, what is tuples? Tuples are just like list, but they cannot be changed. That means they are immutable. Okay, so if you cannot change your list, that means it's actually immutable. For example, to create a tuples, you will have to do this way. For example, we have coordinates, and this coordinates has something like this. We'll have assignment operator, and right now instead of uh, a square bracket we will use parenthesis, and we'll just define true value for this coordinate. So the x-axis is 10 and y-axis is 20. Okay, something like this. So x-axis, y-axis, so this is actually our coordinates, and here actually this is actually a tuple, and you cannot change this value. Okay, so let's try to print it. For example, if you simply define print, and if you want to access your first element or first list item, you can simply define coordinates, and you will define your indexing, for example 0. And now if you run your code, you can see you are getting output of 10 because it's the first item. And now for example, if you want to just change your tuples, something like this, you can just say your coordinates, you would like to change it something like this, first for the first element, and for the value, for example, instead of 10 you just define 50. And right now if you just run your code, you can see you are getting an error, tuple object does not support its assignment. That means you cannot change it. Okay, so it is not changeable. So when actually which one should be used, either when we use list item or tuples? Actually here, when the data should be not changed, like coordinates, month of year, or RGB color values, then you can use tuples. So tuples is fixed value. Okay, coordinates cannot be changed, then months and year cannot be changed, RGB value cannot be changed. So that's why in those cases we will use tuples. Okay, and after then actually we need to do a mini project that is actually to-do list manager, and here we'll make a to-do list managing app, and I hope it will just give you options to add view tasks, add tasks, remove tasks, and this type of thing, and it is going to be a interesting project, and I hope you just enjoy it. Okay, so in this module 7 we're going to do a project that is actually to-do list manager, and for this project actually you can add new tasks, view tasks, or you can remove your tasks. Okay, so let's try to make this type of projects, and for doing that here we'll create a new file, and we say this is actually list manager, something like this, list manager, and here we'll have a python file, and we will define a comment that is actually project, and it will be a list manager uh, to add tasks, view tasks, and remove tasks. Okay, something like this, remove tasks. And for this project, at first what you will have to do, you will have to define a empty list item, so that's why we can simply say to do underscore list. Okay, so it's a empty list, so that's why we will have assignment operator, then a empty a square bracket, and we don't have any items here because it's a empty list. And then we will have a function that is actually def keyword, start with def keyword, and we say show menu. Okay, that means it will see some options to add a new task or view task or remove task or exist from this, so that's why it will be a function, and this function will just print some status. For example, we can have print statement, and we will say at first we will have something like this, we need a new line, so a back forward slash, and then we'll have n for new line, then we'll define to do list manager, so this is our app name, and then what you will do, so after then actually we'll have another print, and we say it will be something like this, this is the first one, so view tasks, view tasks, and we will just make some copy of this print, and you can do this shift or down arrow, so we'll have for example 4 copies, and add this actually second one, this is actually third one, and this is actually fourth one, and we change the values. For example, the first one is view tax here, for the second one it will be add tax. Okay, we will have add, this is tax, and then we will have remove, and this is singular task, and finally last one is actually exist from this function. Okay, something like it. Okay, we have this, and finally we need to define different functions for all of these stuff. Okay, so for example, to define a view task, we'll have something like this, we'll have a function, we'll just define a function name here that is actually view tasks, and this actually present something like this, this will present if, we'll have to define if, and we'll just define not to do, that means it will just reverse this, so we will define not operator here and say not to do, then we can simply define print no task. Okay, so if there is no to do, we can just simply say no task available, no tasks yet. Okay, yet, something like this, and else else what we will do, we can say else, we have else, and we can say it will be print, and here we can simply define new line, so that's why uh, back forward slash, and here we'll have n for new line, and you will define your task. Okay, something like this, and on the next line, as we have a list item, so that's why we'll have to iterate it, so we can use for loop, we'll have for I, and then we'll define, we'll check tasks in, we'll define enumerate, so enumerate, and this enumerate actually look if you hover it returns a enumerate object that is equal to a pair of counting from a start and default by default 0 and yield with the iterate argument. Okay, so here we can just pass our to-do list and then our indexing is start from 1 something like that. And finally after then what we will do, we'll have a clone as it's a for loop, and inside it we'll have a print statement and we will print something like this. We'll have to print dynamically. We have our item, so I first, then we will have a dot, then we will present the task. Okay, will present the task, and this is actually view task, and after that actually we need to add new task. So that's why here let me add some comments here. This is actually view task, sorry, this is view view task, and now add task. Okay, so for this function we'll have a dev key and we'll have add underscore tasks. So this will be a function, and here we'll have something like this. We can just define tasks, and here we need to take a input, so we'll have input and we'll ask, so enter a new task. Okay, and then we'll have a space, and after then we will have to add this task to the list item. So that's why to do list dot append method, then we'll define our task here, and finally we'll have to print our task. So that's why print will print our so we'll print dynamically. We'll have something like this. We'll have double quotation, or we can just use single quotation, and inside this we'll have double quotation. Inside it we'll just provide the task, and then we have say add it. Okay, we'll have a double quotation here and we'll say add it, and finally this function is ready to work. And after then we will have actually need to remove tasks. Okay, remove tasks, and for this actually we'll have dev, we'll have remove task function, tsk task function, and this removes task function is actually at first we need to view the tasks, and then we'll have a try block. Okay, try, and this try block contain inside it will have a task number. Okay, task underscore num num, and here we'll take a input value, and we can simply say enter the number of the tasks to remove. Okay, so at first it will present all the tasks, and then it will ask a number to type which one you should just remove. So that is something like this. We will convert it to a integer number, so that is something like this int, and inside it we'll pass it, and after then actually we will have to remove. So we'll have a removed function, and this removed variable, and then look, if you want to remove a specific thing, you can simply define so list tasks, so to do list dot pop method, and here actually we can simply define your task number minus 1. Okay, something like this, and finally after then we'll have to print what you should print. You will have to print something like this f, and then we'll have double quotation, we'll have curly braces, we'll have removed. Okay, and remove, then we'll say after this double quotation we'll say removed successfully. Okay, successfully. Okay, something like this, and finally after then actually we will have a, when you use try block you will have a except. Okay, so here except will just receive a parameter, and inside it actually we will define index error. So we'll have the index error here and value error. So
value error, and inside it actually, inside these actually we can simply print invalid tags. Okay, so in invalid tags number. Okay, invalid text number. And we are ready. We have three functions. We have a view functions, we'll have a add functions, remove function, and right now we'll have main loop. Okay, so let me define main loop, and this main loop just configure how this will work mainly. Okay, so for example, we'll have while, then we will define if true, then we will have this. So we'll at first call the show menu from the top. At first we'll have to show menu, then we will just define a choice. So we'll ask for a choice, says o c h o I c e, choice, and here we'll take a input. So we'll take a input and say choose an option, choose an option. Okay, and after then look, when after then actually we will have conditional. We'll have when choice, your choice is actually equal one, then look, when your choice is one, that means here you can see we define view task. Okay, when your choice is one, that means we just call view task. So that's why when choice is one, we can simply call view task function. So view task function. Okay, then we will have the same thing when if and we said choice is 2, and when choice is 2, look, you will have to call this function. So here we will call add task function. So at first you will have to call it, otherwise it not exist. Then we'll have if and in this point we'll have choice equal 3. So then it will be remove task function, remove task function. And if someone if someone choice is equal 4, so that means 4 means here you can see exist. Okay, so it's exist, we can just define print and say goodbye. And now you can just simply say break, that means we'll just discontinue the loop and break out it. Okay, so and finally we'll have a else, and here we can say print invalid, print something like this, invalid choice, try again. Okay, so we are ready to execute this code. At first we'll have a empty list item, then we need to show some menu, and here at first we'll have to provide the app name, then we'll have several options here, and for view items we'll have a function, then for add item we'll have a function, for remove item we'll have function, and finally we just define a main loop, and where actually at first we'll call our show menu, then we'll ask for a choice, and if this choice is 1, we will call this function. If choice is 2, we'll call this function. When choice is 3, we'll call this, and when 4, we will just say goodbye and break the loop. And finally, if all of this does not happen, you can just show this warning or error. So let's run it, and here you can see we'll have our text to-do list manage. It will be manager. Okay, so manager, manager. Okay, and we can say this is actually app. Okay, we will just run this code again, run it. You can see to do manager app, and it asks for a option. So for example, right now if we just hit 1, and you can see no tasks added, and it asks again for the options. For example, let's try to add a new item. So let me just bring it up. We'll have to, for example, add a new item. We'll choose 1, and if we press enter and see no items, oh sorry, okay, to add item actually we'll have the second option. So choose second item, task your add a task. For example, learning Python. Okay, so it's our first task, and if you press enter, now you can see you will have say learning Python added, and you will have the options. So let's try to check the list. So that's why we will choose one, and you can see your task is added here. So your first task is added here, but the task is called a task one. Okay, so it should be some issues. So let me check here. We'll have, okay, got it. Here we'll have the text hard coded. We'll have to make it inside curly braces, and right now let me run our code again. You can see it will ask for task manager, and at first if I choose first option, look, no tasks added, and now we can add new items. So that is actually item 2, and it's asked for a new task. Let me define learn Python, learn Python. So it's our first task. Let me press enter. So look, learn Python is added. So if I just define the first one again, and you can see our task is 1, and let's try to add other tasks. We can have choose 2 to add a new task. For example, here we will add a new task is actually, so taking a cup of coffee, COFFE. Okay, hit again. Then we will define another task. So we'll have 2, and we'll say our new task is um, client meeting, something like this, and hit again. Look, the client meeting added, and now if we just want to view our list item, we'll choose 1, and if you press enter, you can see we'll have 3 tasks added. So learn Python, taking cup of coffee, and client meeting. So we'll have all the 3 item added here. And now if you want to remove any of this item, let me choose 3 here. So if we we'll have to add first choose the options 3 here. So not 2, it will be 3, and now you can see all the text is presenting here. To you will have to just add a option. So if you want to remove this second one, you can just simply define 2, and if you press enter, you can see the item is removed. So this item is removed, and now if you just call the first item and to view task, you can see we'll have only 2 items, because this item is taking cup of coffee is removed. Okay, so by following this way, we can just define a task manager. If you want to exist it, you will have to choose the 4 option, and if you press enter, look, it's exists from the loop. Okay, so by following this code actually work perfectly. We have a little mistake here. We didn't define curly braces here, so it was hard coded, so that's why we not get output perfectly. And I hope you understand this, and in the next video we are going to cover module 8, and there we are going to talk about dictionaries and set. In module 8 we're going to discuss about dictionaries and sets, and here what we're going to discuss, at first we'll have dictionaries basics. That means we'll learn the key value pairs, how to define dictionaries by using key value pairs. Then we will have how to access adding and modifying data, then dictionary methods like get, pop, item, etc. Then we'll have set operators, and then we'll just do a practical project. Okay, so for doing this, let's get started with coding, and here we'll go back to the Visual Studio Code, and let me clear all of this file. Okay, and we'll simply delete everything, and right now we're going to learn dictionaries. Okay, so for this actually we can simply say dictionary, okay, .py. And at first let me talk about what is dictionary. A dictionary in Python is like a real dictionary. You can look up words, so to find its meaning. Okay, so here word is key and the meaning is value. So that means dictionary contain keys and values pair. Okay, so you can just think about a call list on your phone. The name is the key and the phone number is the value. Okay, so let's try to define a dictionary. So here we can simply define create a dictionary. Okay, so for doing that, to define a dictionary, you will have to define a dictionary name at first. So we'll have, for example, we'll have a student, and we're going to make a dictionary for this student. So it's like an object. We can have equal sign or assignment operator, then we'll have curly braces. Okay, so see, when you are working with dictionaries, you will have curly braces, and in previously you have learned that when you just define list, you will have something like this. So you will have something like this, a student, and if you are just defining list, it will have a square bracket, but when you are working with dictionaries, you will have curly braces. So curly braces means it's dictionary, and square brackets means it's actually list. So let me add a comments, something like this. We can just simply define this is list, and this is actually dictionary. Okay, so inside it actually we will have to add properties. To define properties, it will just contain the key and value pairs. So that's why at first, for example, the student has a name, so that's why we will define name and it will be Alice. Okay, so while the key must be a string format, but your value should either string, either number or boolean or any data types. Okay, so for example, the student has a name, then we'll have is. So here we can say this is actually 20, and then we can have the student a grade. Okay, the grade is for example a grade. Okay, so this is actually a dictionary data type, and right now let's try to learn how to access and modify values. Okay, so let me add a comment. So accessing and modifying values. Okay, so this is actually the second lesson we're going to discuss about. So accessing dictionaries, adding and modifying. Okay, okay, now to access the properties from a dictionary, you will have to do something like this. Let me just remove this, and here we can want to get access, for example, name from this dictionary. Okay, so we'll have a print function, and inside it let me pass this student dictionary here, and now we'll have a square notation, and you can see it's actually suggesting of is grade name. And if you define name and run your code again, you can see the name is Alice from here. Okay, and if you want to get is, you will have to edit this is and hit play button. You can see it's 20. Okay, so by following this way, you can get the value of a property or of a key. Okay, now for example, if you have an option, you can just add a method to get safer than direct accessing. For example, we can just get the same way. For example, we will have a print function, and inside it we can simply call a student, and we will get the value right now based on actually a method that is actually get method. And inside it, if you pass grade right now, it will be much safer than direct indexing. Okay, it will not crash if the key doesn't exist. Okay, so for example, if you run it and see, you will get the a. But what if, for example, if you just define this using print statement, for example, you will have print, and inside it actually will do the same student, then we are just trying to get the grade. Okay, if you hit play button, you can see you are getting a from this line and then a from the next line. But what if you just define a extra s here, that means this key is not exist here. Okay, and if you hit, you will get the error. Okay, you will get the error. So let me fix it. We're just getting error when we just define a unknown properties or unknown keys here. And but if you use gets and define the unknown key here, and if you hit, look, this is actually giving me output none but no error. So this is actually safer to use, but you can use indexing if you need. It's up to you. Okay, so for modifying any items or adding new items, you will have to do this way. For example, if you want to add if you want to modify this s to actually 21, how you can do that? To modify the s21, you will have to do this way. So you will have to call a student, then a square notation, and you will choose which key you would like to change. For example, is, and now you will have to assign the new value, for example 21. And now let's try to print our student right now. And after doing that, if you just hit this play icon, you can see the name Alice, and now previously we have is 20, but right now we'll have 21 and the grade is the same. Okay, so by doing this way, we can reassign a value or update a value of the key. Okay, and then for example, if you want to add new key pair here, that means you need to add a new field here. So how you can do that? To add a new field, you can just do this way. For example, you will have a student, then you will have a square notation, and for example, if you want to add major, so you can just simply define major. Okay, so the subject is actually our new value, that is actually math. Okay, the student is studying math in major. Okay, and if you hit right now, you can see previously we have only three properties here, but right now you can see we'll have name, we'll have age, then grade, then we have major. So by following this way, we can add new properties to our dictionaries. Okay, so in the next video we will just explore some useful dictionaries method. Now let's talk about the third lesson of this module, and here we're going to cover dictionaries method. Here we'll have get pop items method and some others useful methods. Okay, so for doing this, here let me clear all of this. We only have our dictionaries, and here for example, at first let me try to get the keys. Here our keys is name, age and grade. To get all the keys, you can simply define something like this. So print, and then we will call our dictionary, so student, and then here we'll have a methods that is actually keys. And right now if you define and call keys here and hit this play icon, you can see you are getting an array of name, age and grade. So that means this way actually you can just extract only your keys from your dictionaries, and if you need your values, you can just do this way. To get values, you can simply define this way, print, and then call your dictionary student dot then values, and if you call it, then you will get only the values. So hit this play icon, you can see, so first one was actually for the keys and second one was the values. So look, Alice at first, then 20 the second value, and a for the third value. Okay, so this way you can get the keys and values. So we'll have a separate way to access key. So to get the separate way to access key, for example, here we'll have again print, then we can simply call a student, then we can just define a get method here, and then we'll pass our key. Okay, so for example, if you want to get the name, you can simply say here we'll have name, and right now if you hit play, you can see Alice's output here. Okay, then for example, if you want to remove an item from this, you can just use this way. For example, here I would like to just remove grade. Okay, so for removing an item, you can do this way. You will have, for example, a student dot will have pop method, and inside it actually we'll have to provide the key. So for example, we will remove this grade, so that's why inside this pop we will just define this way, and after then let me print the student to get the output of the student dictionaries. And right now if you just hit this play icon, you can see right now we'll have name and age. The grade is removed from this line 15. Okay, so by doing this way, you can remove any keys and their value from the dictionaries. Okay, and lastly actually we will have items. Okay, items will just get all the key and value pairs as tuple. Okay, so that means it will just print you something like this tuple. So let me remove this, we don't need this, and here we will simply call items. Okay, so let me define print function, and here we'll have a student, and right now we will define items. Okay, so if you define this and call this item methods and run your code, you can see you are getting dictionary items, and here you can see this is name and the value of the name is here. So in a dictionary format, that means this is actually dictionary format. You can see it's staying on group and that is actually key value pair as tuples. Okay, so by following this way you can just get output of your dictionaries. And on next lesson, what we will cover on the next lesson, actually we will have to talk about set operators. But before that, let me loop through a dictionary. If you want to loop through a dictionary, how you can do this? So for example, here let me cover this. So here we can simply define loop through through a dictionary. Okay, dictionary. And for doing this, for example, we'll have a loop. So we'll have a for loop, and here we'll have the key, and then we'll have value. Then in value we'll just define a student dot items. Okay, so a student dot items, that means we are just using this method. Okay, a student dot items. So from here actually we'll get a array or tuple like results, and from then we will simply define a colon, and we can say print, and we will print something like this dynamically. So that's why if will have curly braces, here will present key, and then we'll have a clone, then we'll present actually value. Okay, so actually from these student dot items, here we'll get a tuple like list, and then from then we will just destructure the key and value from this tuple like list. Okay, and now if you hit, you can see you are getting extract the dictionaries. So name is Alice, age is 20, and grade is A. Okay, so this is actually the destructured value, and you just use loop to get your output by following this way. And in the next video we're just going to cover set operators in Python. Okay, now let's talk about sets and sets operations. And here actually at first let me talk about what is set in Python. So a set is just like a bag of marbles, and it can only keeps unique item, and there's no border. So it's similar like the dictionaries. Okay, so let's try to define a sets, and for doing that let me create a new file. Here we can say sets dot py, and now we'll simply show you how to create a set. Okay, so to create a set, at first for example you will have to define a name of the sets. We will have something like this colors, and then we'll have assignment operator equal sign, then we'll have curly braces, and inside it actually you will give the value of the sets. For example, we'll have some color value that is actually red, then we'll just define green, and then we can have actually blue, then we can have red. Okay, sorry, red. Okay, so this is actually something like this. And now if you just want to get the output, so you call print, and then if you define colors here, look, here actually something like this, we will have some color value here. So look, here we don't have any key properties. It's actually redirectly use the value here, and if you run your code you will get the this output. So blue, green, red. Okay, no duplicates are possible here on set. Okay, so if you define any duplicates, it will just automatically removed. Okay, so that's why we're getting there was two red value, but right now we are just getting only on red. And look, here there is no border. Our red it started from here, but here we'll have another red. So look, our second red is available here, but the first red has gone, so that's why it does not maintain any border. Okay, so let's try to check some common operations on your actually set. So for doing this, actually let me comment it, and here we will define some sets. Okay, for example we'll have a set, and we'll define some value like 1 1 2 3. Then we'll have another set that is actually b set, and that is actually 3 4 5. Now let's try to define a operations. So union operations. So for example we have print, and we'll say a dot union, and we will simply define b here. That means we will union a to b, and if you run your code you can see it's actually giving me a 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, that means 3 is the duplicate value, so that's why it's removed, and it will just union a b. Okay, a to b. And then you can have another way, you can just intersection your sets. So that's why here you can have something like this, a intersection, and you can simply define b here. So if you intersection, what output you will get? Run your code. Look, only 3 is common here, so when you just intersect with two sets, then it will give you only the common value. So look here, we are getting 3. So for example, we'll have something like this 4 here, and now if you just run your code again, you can see you are getting 3 and 4. That means only common value will just get output when we just interact. And right now let's try to just print difference. Okay, so we'll apply another operations, that is actually a dot difference method, and here we'll pass b. So if you do this right now, let me remove this, we don't need this extra one. And if you run your code, you can see you are getting 1 and 2. That means, so we actually make difference in between these two. Okay, so firstly it will check if a is available here, no, so a is there. If 2 is available here, yes, so sorry, no, so that means 1 and 2 is there. And when 3 is available here, it will ignore the 3, and our first item has actually, first set has no value right now, so that's why it will only give 1 and 2. And right now let's talk about to create a new projects, and that is actually a student mark tracker. Okay, so after discussing the sets, right now we'll have to do a project that is actually a student's mark tracker, and here we'll use dictionaries. Okay, so for doing this, let me define a new file, and we say marks tracker okay dot py. And for doing this, let me add a comment. So we say this is a project. We'll say it's a student marks tracker. Okay, so what actually we're going to build in this program, actually a is a you can add a student's name and their marks, and display all the student records, and allowing updating and deleting a student's mark. Okay, so for doing that, here we'll have at first a student's dictionary. Okay, so we'll have a students, and we'll make a dictionary, so it will be a empty dictionary. And after then we'll have some function. At first we'll have show menu, that means we want to show some menus, so menu something like this. And now let me call, here we'll have print statement, and now here inside it we need a new line, so that's why back forward slash, and we'll say student marks. Okay, marks tracker something like that. Okay, and after then we will have some options, we'll have print. Then we can say first option is actually add a student, so we will give to add a student. Then we will simply copy this. This is the second options. Here we'll say view students, we'll say all students, view all students. And after then we'll have step 3, and that is actually update marks. Okay, we can just update marks. Then lastly we'll have step 4, we'll have something like, we can just say delete a student. And lastly we'll have print, and this is actually exist. Okay, 5 number is actually exist. Okay, so now if you just call your function something like this, let me call show menu, and if you call your function something like this, and if you run your code, you will have something like this. And actually we need to ask some questions. Okay, so we need to ask some questions, and for doing that, actually we will define the questions later, but for now we just show our menu. And then actually look, we'll have to implement the functionality to add a student, view students, then update marks, delete students, and exist. So for doing that, actually as it's a new functionality, we'll have to define a new function. We'll have a dev, and for example to add students, we'll have add a student function, and this function we'll ask the student name, so we'll have name and then we'll take a input will be a name of your student, so enter student name something like that. Then we'll have marks. Okay, so this is actually input, marks input, we will just float it. So at first we will have to float it, so and inside it we'll have to take input from you or someone else, and here say enter marks. Okay, and right now after then actually we will simply define a student, will have to define students, then we will just provide a name. So this is the name of the students, this is the key of these dictionaries, and now we will define the value. Our value will be this marks. Okay, so right now if you do this, you can see it will ask these two questions and set it to the students. And for example, let me print, here will print dynamically, so that's why f double quotation will have name here. Then we will simply define a apostrophe s and say marks added, something like this. Okay, so now if you call your add function, add student function, okay, something like this, let me what happen if you just hit it, then you can see enter your student. For example, I provide my name Mamun, and now if you press enter, you can see enter your marks. For example, I just got 89, and if I press enter, Mamun's mark added. And if you lastly want to print your student, so let me just print a student here. Okay, students here, look, the students will be added. Let me hit again, so Mamun, then mark, for example 78, and if you hit, you can see Mamun's mark added, and you are getting Mamun's and his mark on floating system. And you can see this is a dictionaries, and this is the key, and this is the value. Okay, so by following this way, it's actually working. We will remove that, and lastly we need to view the student, so that's why here we'll have another function, that is actually view a student function underscore student function. And this function will simply check if, we will check if this student dictionary is empty. So that's why we'll have something like this, we'll have to include a not student. That means if it's empty, then we'll print, so we'll print no students, students yet available, or something like this, yet. And finally we'll have a else block, and here we can simply say print, we'll print something like this. We'll have to take a new line, so backtick, back forward slash, and we'll say student records. Okay, CORDS records. And now here we can simply take a for loop, and for this actually at first we'll on to this structure name and mark, and it will be actually in students dictionary, and we will call items method here. So right now look, from the students item, that means here we will get the tuples of name and mark, and we will destructure name and mark from this, and after then we can simply print the value. We'll have something like this, we'll have for example, if dynamically will print name, then we will have a clone, and then we'll just on to present mark. Okay, so let's try to just do it again here. Actually let me add the student first, and then we will just call this view student. So we will call this view student. Okay, so view student. So let's try to hit this, and if I just play, then you can see enter the student name. Let me define a student name, then we'll add a mark, for example 89, and hit again. You can see, so Mamus added, a student's record is here. So this is the Mamus. So as you have on a student, you're just getting this type of thing. Okay, here actually we'll have a n to take a new line. So it's actually working. Let me comment this for now. If we need, we'll just uncomment it later. And after then actually we will have to implement update marks functionality. So if you want to update, you will have the option. So dev will just define update underscore marks, and this will be a function, and this function will something like this. It will take the input, so this will be name, and here we'll have input, and we'll say enter the student name to update, okay, something like this. And after then what we will do, we'll have if we'll just check name in actually students, then we can just define new marks underscore marks. And right now we will take another input, something like this input will simply provide this. So we'll say enter new marks, and after then actually we will set it to the students dictionaries. So that's why students, then we will provide this name, okay, name, and we'll assign new marks, okay, new underscore marks. And lastly after then actually let me print, and we'll print dynamically. So that's why something like this, we'll say curly braces name, and we will just say Mamun's or the students marks updated, okay, updated, something like this. And lastly if this condition fail, we'll have a else block, and this else blocks simply say print no student found or student not found, student not found, okay. So our update marks is added. Now we'll have lastly delete students functionality. So for this delete student functionality, we'll have dev, and we'll have delete underscore student. So this will be a function as usual, as we are implementing new feature. Here we'll have name, and we'll ask the same thing. We can just simply define this on here, and we'll say name to delete, okay, delete, delete. And after then we'll have check if name in students dictionaries, then we'll have simply define. So as we need to delete that student, we'll have to call students, then we'll have to apply pop method, and here we'll provide the name we receive from here. So if it does, actually it will simply remove the student, and we can simply say f curly braces, sorry, we'll have f then quotation. So we'll have f quotation, then we'll say name and removed, okay, removed. And finally we'll need to keep a else block, okay, else block. And here we'll say the same thing, we'll have to say print student not found. So let me do that, okay. So something like this, let me make the indentation order perfectly, and after that it's okay. And finally look, we need to make our main loop. So this is actually main loop to continue the process, okay. So for doing this, we'll have the same thing we did previously. We'll have while true, that means this is always keep true, and then that means this actually loop will work continuously, it will not exist. At first we will have to call the show menu, then it will actually present a menu, then we'll have to give a option that is actually choice, and we'll ask a choice from the user. We'll have input and say choose an option, okay, an option, and this will be something like that. And after then actually we'll apply condition. So let me take some space, we'll apply condition. If we just check choice equal first one, that means first one means here you can see our first one choice is add a student. So here we can just, when the choice is one, we can just call add student, and then we'll have if, and here when choice is 2, so that means here choice is 2 means view students, okay. So we'll have view students, we'll call the function, then we'll have to repeat this. So let me copy it for now this is the third one, and for the third one we'll just update a marks. So here we can simply say update marks function, call it, and then we'll have another elif, so that is actually 4, and here we say when 4 will have delete a student, so delete a student, so function, and lastly after then we will have the last choice if 5, and if this actually choice is 5, here we can just define print and say goodbye, and after then we'll have a quotation here, so let me fix it, and after then we just apply break because we need to go outside of the loop, and finally we'll have else, and this else is actually print something like this, invalid choice. Okay, so invalid choice, choice, try again, try ASIN again. Okay, so this is okay, we just have defined all our functionality for this marks tracker, and if you hit this play icon you can see it's just showing the menu. From the first thing it will ask for add a student, view a students, update marks, delete marks, or something like this. For example, if we just define 2 right now, you can see no students yet, so now at first we'll have to add a student, so let me define 1, and if I press enter then you can say enter a student. For example, I just define Alice, and then we need to provide a mark, for example 55, and now we will simply define another student, so choose 1, then for example we'll have Mamun, then we will provide a mark 84. Okay, now we have added 2 students. If you need another one, just try to add new students by just choose on option, then provide a name, for example Bob, and then we'll have 80 78. Okay, so we added 3 students, so let me try to get all the 3 students, so we'll have to choose this second option, so let me choose 2, and if you press enter you can see we will have only 3 students. Okay, so the students is added, but here right now we need to update the marks. For example, you want to update the marks of Alice, so that's why I choose the third option, so third 3, and if you press enter it asks for the student name, so this is actually Alice, so let me copy it and keep it here, and if you press enter it will ask for, so enter your new marks. So for example, we'll define Alice mark should be right now 98, and if you press enter, look, it says Alice mark updated, and right now if you just hit this 2, then if you press enter you can see Alice's mark is right now 98, but previously was 55. Okay, so it's updated, you can see compare this two value, it's updated. And lastly, if you want to delete a student, for example hit this 4 option, then choose the student name, so for example we will just delete the Bob. Okay, so we'll define Bob, and if you press enter, look, Bob removed, and now if you hit 2 and press enter you can see we'll have only 2 students. And finally, if you want to exist from this loop, you will have to define 5 and press enter, look, goodbye. Okay, and it's actually outside the loop as we define break. Okay, so by following this way we just created a new project that is actually a student marks tracker, and I hope you enjoyed this project. In this video we are going to start module 9, and it's all about working with a string, and in this module we are going to learn string methods, string formatting, slicing and indexing, checking substring, and finally we'll do a project that is about password string checker. Okay, so let's get started with the first lesson, string methods. And for doing that we will go to Visual Studio Code. We have already created a folder, and inside this folder we'll have to create a new file to work with Python, and it will be a Python file. So let's get started. At first you will create a new file, so click here, then you will have to define a file name. For example, we're going to work with a string, so that's why you can say string underscore concept. Okay, then it will be a Python file, so that's why .py, and So before we get started, what is a string? I hope you already know that a string is simply text, any sequence of character inside a quotation. Okay, so for example, we will have to define a variable, so that is actually message. This is our variable name. Then we will assign a string to this variable, so that's why to assign we'll have to define assignment operator, and then either you use single quotation or double quotation to define a string. For example, we can simply say hello Python. So this is actually a string, and we just define this string to this variable. So okay, fine, if you want to just print this statement, you can simply define print function and pass your variable name inside it. And then if you run your code, you can see hello Python is from our output. Okay, so as you can define a string, now let's learn some string method. Okay, so we can have some string method, so let's start one by one. For example, at first we're going to cover upper. Okay, so upper method actually define uppercase. Okay, so it actually convert your string to uppercase. Okay, so convert to uppercase. For example, look, let me remove it. Here we'll simply want to print the uppercase, so that's why here you can say we'll have to call our variable, then we'll have to apply a method, so that's why dot, and you can see we'll have lots of method, and from here we just choose upper. Okay, upper method, and now if we call it, then if we run our code, you can see right now our code is now uppercase. Okay, so then we will have lowercase, so let me define lower for the lowercase. Okay, and it will actually convert to lowercase. Okay, lowercase. And for doing this, let me just define another print statement. Okay, we'll have print, and inside this print we'll have our variable, then we'll define lower. Okay, so call it, and then you can see if you run your code, so on the second time we are getting all the string is now lowercase. Okay, so this is uppercase, and now this will convert to lowercase, and after then, for example, uh we have some space here, we have some unwanted space here, and you want, when you just print your statement, it will remove. So to do that type of work, here we can see we're going to work with strip. Okay, strip, strip, strip method. So this will remove unwanted leading, or you can just say a space. Okay, something like that. So for example, let me define print, and here if you simply something like this, you will have to call your variable, then you will define strip strip method. And if you do this, now if you run your code, you can see here it's actually removed the all unwanted space from the starting point. Look, the first two statement has a blank space here, because we have blank space here, but on the third print statement here we don't have any blank space, because it's actually remove unwanted space or leading. Okay, so after that, let me fix it. After that, what we're going to cover, for example, if you want to change or replace any character or any word, how you can do that. For example, we want to just replace something. Okay, so that's why for example, if you want to replace the word, if you want to replace this hello to hi, how you can do that. Okay, so for doing this, we'll have to just define the print statement, and here we'll have our message dot, here we'll simply call replace, and now we'll define which thing should be replaced. At first, on the first parameter, we'll define which word should be replaced. For example, we want to replace this hello word, and we will it's replaced to be for example hi, that means it will become hi Python. Okay, so if you define this way, replace, and define the word you want to replace and your new assigned word, and if you run your code, you can see you are getting hi Python. Okay, so from this actually print statement from this line 18, okay, you are getting this output. And after then, actually the next thing is that we'll have a starts with and ends with. Okay, so for example, if you want to check if your string start with a specific word or character, how you can do that? So that's why start, start, s starts with, and for this actually we'll have print, and we'll just call our message dot, we'll define a start, start with, and inside it actually we'll define which thing we want to check. For example, look here, our messages start with the character age, so that's why if we just define age, or if you want to check if this statement is start with hello word, so we can simply define hello. Okay, so if you do this, so right now if you run your code, you can see you are getting true, because the lesson is a start, the string is a start with hello. Okay, so that's why you are getting output true. If you just do something like write this, for example, demo, so this word is not started by the string, so if you run it you can get false, because so actually if you use starts with or ends with, it will actually return you either true or false. Okay, so now end with. Okay, so ends with. Okay, so for doing this we'll have print, then we'll call message, and then we'll have ends with, and now we'll define, for example, here we'll have a exclamatory sign. So that's why if you want to check if this string ends with a exclamatory sign, and if you run it will get return true. Okay, if you define something like this dot here, so dot is not included on this string, so you will get actually false. Okay, so by doing this way you can just use a string with start with and ends with, and finally we'll have count. Okay, so we'll have count. So count actually check how many times the word used here. So for doing that actually, here for example, hello Python, so i would I would like to learn Python programming. Okay, something like that. Okay, so now you can see we have the word Python twice. So if you want to count if a specific words how many time is used, you can just use count. For example, let me define print, and here we'll call message dot, here we'll have count, and inside it we'll have to define which thing we're going to count. For example, we have Python, so that's why we'll just define Python inside here, and if you run you can see your output is true. If you want to check how many times hello is used, you can define hello here, and now if you run you can see on time, that means this is count how many times the word or the character is used in your string. Okay, so I hope you just learn some specific string method, and in the next video we're going to learn string formatting and selection and indexing. So that means in the next video we're going to cover these two lessons. Okay, so now let's get started with the second lesson, is string formatting, and then we'll have slicing and indexing. Okay, so for doing that, let me clear all of this stuff from here, and we're going to explore string formatting with f-string. Okay, f-string let you insert variable inside string easily using curly braces. Okay, so that's why we'll have something like this. We'll have a variable name and it's a string. So for example, a name is Alice, something like that. Then we'll have another variable that is actually is, and is value is for example 23. Okay, so now for example, if you want to print the name and is, then here actually we can use f string. Okay, so to define f string we'll have f, then we'll have quotation. Okay, so this is actually a string, and we just use this to insert variable inside string easily using curly braces. For example, we can say my, or we can say this is, then we would like to print the name of the person, so that's why here we can directly define the variable inside string. Okay, so we'll simply define this. By doing this way we can just dynamically present the variable inside string and say I am, then here we'll reference the age, and same it will be years old. Okay, and right now if you run your code you will get output something like this. This is Alice and I am 3 years old. Okay, so you can see by using f string you can easily access your variable inside your string. Okay, so this is our first thing. We just learn how to format your string using f string, and then we'll have to learn indexing and slicing. For example, for doing that, let me define a new variable that is actually word, and here we define a new word string that is actually python. Okay, so word python, and for this actually to just use indexing, as it will just work like an list item. So you can just access string using a square notation. For example, if you want to access a character from this string, you will have something like this. Will have print, then you will have word, and then you will use a square bracket or third bracket, and you can just define indexing. For example, our indexing start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so our indexing start from 0. So that's why, for example, if we want to get output p, then we'll have the 0 indexing. And now if you run, you can see p is here. If you want to get n, then you can do this way. You will have print, then you will call word, so this is your variable, then we'll have your square bracket. Then if you want to get the last character of the string, you can simply define -1 here. Now if you run your code, you can get output, so n. Okay, so by following this way, you can access indexing of a string. Okay, so here positive and negative indexing are accessible for a specific characteristics. Okay, so next what you will have to do, we are going to talk about slicing. So for example, if you want to slice the word, so you want to print something like pyt. So if you want to just slice the first 3 character of this word, how you can do that? So here let me define this is actually slicing, is slicing. Slicing. For example, you want to print this pyt. Okay, so we want to print this word. So for doing that, actually we'll call print, then we'll have word. Okay, and then we will just define doing this way. Inside it we'll have a starting and ending point. We'll start from p, so that's why our starting point is 0, then we'll have a colon, and then we'll define our ending point, and this ending point will not include it here. So that's why if you want pyt, that means you will have to indexing to the age. Okay, so it will start from 0, 1, 2, 3. So you will have to just move to the age, because the last indexing just ignored. Okay, so it will just exclude it. So that's why here we'll have to define 3, because here p is 0, y is 1, t is 2, and age is 3. So if we define age here, it will just exclude. And now if you run your code, you can see pyt. So we're just slicing our word based on we need. For example, now if you want to get output something like this, pytas. Okay, so for doing that, we can have something like this. We'll have print, then we'll have word, and now here inside it, actually look, we can just start from the ending position also. You can see this is -1, this is 2, -3, -4, -5, -6. Okay, so if you just use negative indexing, that means start from -1, you will have something like that. Or if you ignore the first thing, first you can just want to print of the first 4, that's why you can just define, so start from 0. If you define nothing, that means start from 0 indexing, and you will end with 4. Okay, you will end with 4, because 4 means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That means, whoa. Okay, so 4 means actually it will just print from the 4 characters, and if you run your code and see, it's just printing from the 4 characters. Okay, now if you want to just print the last 4 characters, so something like this, last 4 characters, how we can do that? So for example, the output we're going to do like this, and for doing this we'll have print, and here we'll have word, and now we'll have a square brackets, and now we will say starting from 2 and int up to int. Okay, so if you just define nothing here on this int position, that means it will continue to the int, and if you now run, you will see you are getting ton. Okay, so finally this is done. And now the okay, so let's complete the um checking substring also. It will just help you to understand, or okay, we can just do that in the next video. Okay, so now let's try to work with checking substring. Okay, so for this lesson, let me take a new file. Here we can have a file, we can save substring string underscore something like this method dot py. Okay, so for this substring, actually let me define a variable. For example, we'll have a variable name email, and here we can just define a variable. So for example, user at the rate example dot com. Okay, this is a mail, so it's a string. Okay, so now we learn how to use substring. Okay, for example, we will want to print is there at the rate included in this string. So for doing this, we will have something like this. We will check the word, so this character, so at the rate in, then we will define our email. So now if you want to check if at the rate is exist in this string, you can just check by doing this in. Okay, so now if you run your code, you will get true. Okay, so you can just check this by any word. For example, if you want to check if gmail word is included in this string, so if there is gmail word included, for example, you can simply define print, and here gmail, and then you will have in, then your variable name. Then if you run, it will get actually false because the gmail is not included here. If you define gmail right now, okay, here, now if you run your code, you will get true because you define the gmail word here. Okay, after then, for example, if you want to check a string method here, for example, ends with, so let me check if this string ends with, so email, then we'll define ends with method. Okay, ends with method, and we want to check if this string ends with .com, then it will return true from here. Okay, so let me run it, and you can see it's actually true. So by following this way, we can just define substring, and it's very useful for validating input like email or password. Okay, so I hope you understand substring methods, and in the next video we're going to talk about how to create a project, a password strength checker. Okay, now we'll have to make these projects, and this is actually password strength checker. And in this projects, what we're going to do, at first we will just check if your password at least have 8 characters long. Then we will check contain some uppercase or lowercase letters, include numbers, and some special characteristics. So that means it will just show you to use a strong password. Okay, so for doing these projects, here we can just simply define a new file, and we can say something like this, what the project is. So password checker, so we'll have password underscore checker, something like this dot py, and here we will add a comment. So checker, password strength checker, and we will have to use a function at the point. Okay, so let me define a function. Define a function, so dev keyword, then check underscore password, sorry, underscore password underscore strength. Okay, strength strength, and it will be a function, and this function receive a parameter. Okay, so that is actually password from you. Okay, then it will simply check by default strength st, it's a variable strength strength is 0. Okay, so strength is 0, and we don't have something like this. And then we'll have some condition, so we'll have if, we'll check length. At first we'll just want to make sure the password length is greater than or equal 8, so that's why here we'll check length, and we'll just provide password here. So then we can just say if it's greater than or equal 8, that means your password must be 8 characteristics. Okay, then we'll have a colon. After then we can simply define strength strength will be plus equal 1, plus equal 1. That means it will just add a change the strength value to 1. Okay, when you found your password is more than 8 characteristics. Okay, so after then we will have another block. We'll check if, then we'll check any, and inside any we will just define character set. So char dot, we'll have to check is lower, and inside it actually we'll have for, and then we'll have char. Okay, that means character in password. Then we will conditionally say it will just define a strength, strength, and it will be plus equal 1 again. Okay, after then we'll have same thing. So here we will simply copy this and paste it here. So right now we will check if upper is upper. So is upper method, and so it will be is upper, not lower. And let me just correct it, it will be a small letter. Okay, so character dot is lower, and here we'll check it in password and we'll say string dot 1. After then we'll have to same thing, we'll have to just define another if, and here we can say if character contain digit. So that's why here we'll check if is digit, then we will just define strength plus 1. Then we'll copy this again, we will simply paste this, and after this digit what we'll do, we'll check the regular expression. So that's why here we will define curve in, actually will have your regex expression. So for checking the regex expression we'll have something like this, and inside here let me define some regex. Okay, so regex regex validation. Okay, regex for actually password validation. Let me search it and we'll go to the first lectures, and we can have something like this. Let me check, for example, we can have some simple thing stuff. So let me check which one we should can get. Okay, we can choose any of this. Let me copy this block, and right now we will paste it here. Okay, this will actually check the characteristics, and finally if this contains, we'll just define the length, and after then we'll have another if, and we'll check if a strength equal 5, then we'll say it will return, so something like this, is strong, strong, is strong password. Okay, password. Okay, something like this. Otherwise we will have if. Okay, we'll have if, and here we will just define 3 is less than or strength, and then we'll have something like this 5. So then we'll have to say return, so moderate. Okay, moderate, moderate password, something like this, and otherwise it will be else block, and say this is actually return weak password. Okay, weak weak password, something like that. Okay, so finally let me ask the questions to input password. So that's why user underscore password. Okay, and here we can simply take a input, and you will ask for enter the password, enter your password. Okay, so something like this, and after then we will just define result, is equal to result, and here on this variable we can just call our function, and we'll pass our user password inside it, and finally we can just print print actually our result. Okay, result result. So after doing this, we are ready to execute. So let me hit this play, and right now we can see it's asked invalid escape. So let me fix these issues. Here we'll have some invalid escape characteristics. So here what we can do, for example, if it's not working, we can have it's actually not working. So what we can do that, for example, if it's not working perfectly, we can try with some others. uh, Let me define regex password or something like this. Let me go to writing pattern for the validation like pro, and we'll check. We'll have this pattern. Let me try to find something, or let me write something based on my experience, and here we can simply define. It will be exclamatory sign at the rate, then we'll have hash. I will provide this, so we'll have dollar sign, then we'll have percentage, we will have cap, so cap sign, then we'll have, and you just copy this. Okay, pause this video and copy it. Then we'll have asterisk sign or multiply sign, then we'll have a parenthesis, then dash, underscore, equal, plus, square bracket, curly braces, then bar sign, bar sign, then we will have semicolon, then we'll have colon, we'll have single quotation, backslash, backslash, double quotation, we'll have dot, we'll have code, then we'll have question mark, forward slash. So this is the extra this is the regex pattern, and we just define our manual pattern, and if we run it now, there is no error, and it asks for your password. For example, I just provide my name, so this is actually Mamun, and if I press enter, you can see weak password. Okay, so you must have to include capital letter, small letter. So if you define something like this Mamun, and if you press enter, look, it's actually sorry, we'll have to run this code again, but then we'll have to define password. So Mamun, and if you press enter, it's actually weak password. Okay, so after actually Mamun, we can have, for example, some number. Okay, 1 2 3, something like that. So for doing this, let me run this code, and now define Mamun 1 2 3, and if you press enter, you can see moderate password. So if you want to provide a string password, you must have to define a characteristics. Okay, so let me define Mamun, then we define at the rate, then 1 2 3, and if you press enter, sorry, okay, I just make the same mistake. At first we'll have to run your code, then here you will have to define Mamun, then at the rate, and we define hash, then we'll define some number, and if I press enter, you can see a strong password. So if you provide perfectly your strong password, then it will just print a strong password. If you define only characteristics or only number, then it will say it's moderate, and if you just less than 5 characteristics, it will just say it's actually weak password. And I hope you understand how this is working. Okay, so after making this password checker, now we're going to move to actually module 10, and here we learn how to file handling, and here we'll learn how to read files, write files. We will just explore some file mode, read, write, append, then we'll have with keywords, then file path handling, and we'll have obviously a projects. Okay, so for doing this, let me go back to the code editor, and here I will simply clear everything. Okay, mark everything, delete. Okay, and now after, then what you will have to do, as we're just working with file module, so here we can simply define a new file, that is actually file underscore handling.py. Okay, so it's a Python file, and inside here, at first what we'll do, for example, you want to create your file by command, so that's for doing that actually, so we will add a comment, so writing to a file. Okay, so at first we will learn how to write to a file. For example, at first we'll have the with keyword, then we will define open okay, we will have to define open, and inside this open we will define a file name. So for example, we want to create a new file, so that would be a text file, so we'll define notes.txt. Okay, then we will define which format or file mode we are going to use. We are going to use w, that means writing mode, and then we'll have as it will be a file, so that's why we'll have something like this. Then we'll have colon, and inside it actually we will define file dot write method, and inside it we will simply define a text, so we can simply say this is your first, okay, note, and then we'll have a new line, so that's why back forward slash then n, so it will add a new line. And for example, you will want to add another line, so that's for doing this we'll have file dot write, okay, and inside it we can just add another text. You are learning file handling in Python, okay, something like this. Okay, so if we now run our code, it will actually create a node.txt file inside the same directory, and as we just define w here, that means file mode, then it will actually just write a new file. So if you run, so let me choose run python file, and you can see a node.txt file is created, and if you open, you have two lines because you just defined two lines here. Okay, the first line was this is your first node, you can see this is your first node, and then you are learning file handling in Python. Okay, so by doing this way we can write to a new file. Okay, so let me now comment it, and now we need to learn how to read files. Okay, so now let's try to read from a file. So read from a file. Okay, so for doing this, at first we will use with, then we'll have open again, then inside it we'll define which file we'll have to read. For example, we are going to read this node.txt file. We'll simply copy the file name with extension, then we will just define our mode, so our mode is read mode, and then we will define as file, it will be a file, so that's why we will define as file, and it will be colon here, and inside it actually we will define content, so this is variable, and we will simply define, we will get this file, so this is your file dot, we will on to just comma read. Okay, so now actually we're saying read the file, and then we will simply print. So what we will print, we will print something like this. We will have a string, so file content, and we will simply define a new line, backward forward slash, and after then we will present the content. Okay, something like this, content. Okay, so now by doing this, actually you can read your file text from this node.txt. So if I just run the code, you can see it's actually read your file content. This is your next first node, and you are just learning file handling in Python, so from this line actually. Now let's learn how to add new node. Okay, so for example, here on this node.txt you want to add new text to this file. Okay, so for doing that, what you will do, you will have to write something. So let me define, we are going to learn appending to file. Okay, so for doing this, we'll have again with, so with, then we'll simply define open, and inside it actually we will define which file should have to open. We'll have node.txt, then we will say append, so a for append, then it will be as file, and after then we will simply define file dot write, and here we can just define double quotation back forward slash n, and we'll simply say this is an append node. Okay, append date note. Okay, so this will add, we are going to add line number 3 and with this text. Okay, so let me run this code and you can see we'll have something like this, and here that line is added. Okay, so this line is added on this node.txt by appending. Okay, so I hope you understand all of this concept, and in the next video we're going to build a mini project that is actually simple node app. Okay, now let's try to do a project using our concept, and for doing that actually I just select everything and remove this. So let me delete it, and we're going to make a new project. So this is actually simple note app. Okay, so simple note app, note underscore app dot py. Okay, so here what we're going to do, so for doing that actually here at first we'll have to define a function, as we're just making a new app. So here we'll have a function name that is actually chave underscore note, and here we will say it will take some text. Okay, so that is actually note underscore text. Okay, so it will be function, this is the parameter. Look, we have a function, this is the definition of the function, and here the function name, and it will receive this parameter. And after then here we will have with open, will open a new for example nodes.txt file, and here we are going to for example append a text. So then we can say as file, and here actually we will say something like this. We'll just define file dot write, and then here we can simply define our node text plus a new line. Okay, so back tick forwards backward slash, and after doing this we'll have this function. And after then actually let me print, so a statement here we will print something like this. So welcome to the simple node app. Okay, something like this. And after then we'll take a input, so node equal will have user input, so we'll have input function, and inside this type your node here, and then we can say something like this. And after then what we'll do, we will call the function save node, and we'll pass our node node, it will be node not node. Okay, we'll have to pass node. And finally what we'll do, you can simply print a statement that is actually your node has saved to node.txt. Okay, something like this. And now if you run, you can see welcome to your node. So write your node here, so hi, this is Mamun. Okay, something like this. And if I press enter, you can see your node has been saved, and you can see a file.txt is here. Okay, so this is actually saved. And now if you run again, so sorry, we'll have to select this and run again. You'll see it will ask text here. We will simply say I am 23 years old. Okay, years old. And now if you just press enter, you can see it's saved. And if you open node.txt, you will have the second line. If you need another line, let me run our code again, and here we just say something like this: I love to learn Python. Okay, something like this. Press enter, saved. And if you open your node.txt, you can see the new line added. So I love to learn Python. So by doing this way, you can make your simple node app. Okay, so now we will move to the module 11, and here we'll learn error handling. And here at first we'll cover some common error types, then we'll learn how to use try, except, and finally then if any custom error raise, how to handle it. Okay, so finally we'll have a simple project. So for doing this module, let me back to the code editor, and here I will clear all of this file. So let me select everything and just delete it. And right now we're going to learn error handling. So here we can say error underscore handling dot py, And here actually look, so at first let me just show you the error. For example, we'll have a variable that is age, and right now we'll simply define int. We would like to receive a integer when we just call input function, and here we'll say enter your age, okay, something like that. And now for example, if you want to print your, so you can simply say you are, and then you will just concatenate. So if you use plus to the string to add two or more string, then we'll have something like this, and we'll define years world, okay. So now for example here look, this variable will just take a input from the user, and it will must be a integer number, okay. So now if you run your code, you can see it asks your name, and if you define 25 and if you press enter and see, this is actually key getting an error. So this is, you can only concatenate string, so here you use integer, but this is actually would like to get a string value, so that's why this is an error. So the error type is actually type error, and similar to this we'll have actually when type error happened, when you are just trying to just operate a wrong data type, then type error happened. So here how you can just fix it, you can do this by following this way. So you can simply define f string, then you say you are, for example you will reference the age, and then we can say you are years old, okay, something like that. Now if you just simply run it, then if you define 25, press enter, look, you are getting output. But when you are just trying to concatenate number to a string, then it's actually give you the type error. Then we'll have syntax error. Syntax error is if you just write code incorrectly, then it will be syntax error. For example, if you need to define a variable, then if you use something like this quotation clone and just define the value, for example 23, and right now if you try to console log the is, so print for example is here, and let me remove this code, and now if you hit, you can see you have name error, okay. So you are getting a name error. Name error is actually for if you define a variable or function not proper way, then you will get this type of name error. So because it's actually not the proper syntax, so that's why it's name error. Then we'll have value related error if you just provide invalid value passed inside a text instead of number, then 0 divided by error. When you are trying to divide it numbers, then you will have something like this, okay. So we'll just learn some errors. If I just sum up, syntax error means code is written incorrectly, name error means variable or function not defined, then type error means operation on wrong data type, then value error means invalid value passed, then finally we'll have divided zero division error, so that is actually divided by 0, okay. So after then let me try to explore the main point, that is actually this lesson. So try except finally we'll have to learn this. So for doing this actually, let me try to give you an example. So here the structure is that you will have use try block, and you will just write your code inside it. So this will be code you will say code that may raise error, okay. So then we'll have except, and here we'll define our error type, okay, error type. And finally we will just define code to run if error happens, okay. Error happens, something like this. And now something like this is the syntax of error handling using try and except, okay. So let me just give you an example. For example, we will have try block, and here we'll define for example it will just define a variable, and here we'll take a integer number, and we'll simply say input, and this function will say enter sorry, we'll have to write it inside quotation, enter a number, something like this, okay. and after then we will have print, and you say you entered you entered, and you will define a comma and say your number. Okay, so look, it's actually right now showing error because whenever you use try block you will have except block, and here the error happens. So for example, the error is actually value error because we just try to, when value error happen where actually you are trying to pass invalid value. So if you just provide a string value here, then it will just give you this error. And right now we'll say what we'll do, we can simply say print will just show a message. So please enter a valid number. Okay, so something like that. And now if I just run this code, you can see it asks for a number. For example, we define 23 and you entered 23, but if you run your code again and this time you define some text abc, something like this, and if you press enter, please enter a valid number, because so this block is execute here because we just provide wrong input value. Okay, so if you provide wrong input value, then you will get value error. Okay, and finally the third part is we'll have to use finally. So for example, to use finally, let me comment this, and here we'll have to just define these presentations. For example, we'll have try block. So try block actually we'll define file open. We will just simply open a file. We'll have, for example, open data.txt. so we'll have a file, then we do something here, then we'll have except, then in this except block we'll simply define find file not found error, and here actually we'll simply define print. So file not found. Okay, not found. And then what we can say, we can simply have a finally block. Finally block will execute every time. So print, we can say execution finished. Okay, FINISHED finished. So this final block always execute. Okay, so if this happened here, then actually it will just print this. So run it and see file not found, execution find. Okay, so if this is correct, then it will also just execute the line. So always just execute the finally block. Okay, so by doing this way, actually you can just fix your error handling by using try, except, and finally. Try is when you are trying to code, and if any error happened in try block, it actually move to the except block and prints or do something based on your error type. And finally we will execute every time. And lastly we will have to cover raising your own errors. If you want to provide your own errors, how you can do that? For example, so here let me define something like this. We'll have to just define password. We'll have a variable, and this variable will take a input, and here we can simply say enter password. Okay, password. And this time actually after then we will check if password um, is actually empty string, then we can just say raise. We'll just raise our new error. So this will be a value error, and inside it actually we'll say something. So password cannot be empty. Okay, so empty. Empty. Look here, we just provide our own error. Okay, so if you do this, let me just comment this block, and now let me run this. And if you just define here, define a password, for example abc, and if you press enter, nothing happened. But if you just simply do nothing here and press enter, you can see you are getting a own error. It's your own error, and it says password cannot be empty, the text you define here. Okay, so this is actually value error. So by doing this way, you can simply make your own error. And in the next video, we are just making a mini project that is actually related to login simulator with error handling. Okay, so that means you will provide a username and password, and you may just give access or not. Okay, at the end of module 11, we are going to make a project that is actually login simulator with error handling for empty input or wrong password. Okay, so for doing this project, let me copy this, and here we'll go back to the code editor, and here we can simply define a new file. This is actually login simulator. Okay, login underscore simulator, okay, dot py, and here let me add the comment. So we're going to make a login simulator, and at first let me define our correct username password. Okay, so that's why we can simply say variable correct underscore user name, and for example this is actually admin, and then we'll define correct password underscore password, and our correct password is, for example, python 123. Okay, now we are just ask a user to input uh, for the input. So for example, here we'll have a try block, and we can simply define username, and we will take username by using input function, and we'll say so enter your username, then we'll have something like this, then we'll have password. Okay, password, and here password will be another input, and we'll say enter password. Okay, so then we'll have, look, we'll have something like this. Here we will just take a if condition, and we'll check if we can simply don't need parentheses. We can just directly write this way username, then we'll check if it's empty, and or we can use or operator and say password equal empty. Then if all of these two is empty, then you can just raise an error and say value error, and here you can provide a custom error user name, and you will have username and password, username or password cannot be empty. Okay, something like that, and then we'll have another if block. Okay, so we'll have another if block, and we'll check username is not equal correct username, or just password equal not equal correct password correct password. Then we can simply say raise another error, that is actually exception error, and here we'll say incorrect incorrect username or password. Okay, password. And finally, next thing is that we can simply define a print, and we'll say login successful successful welcome, we will welcome, then we'll have comma space, and we'll define for example username here. Okay, so finally after this try block we'll have accept, and here we'll have, for example, value error as ve, we'll just rename it, and then here we'll print the ve. Okay, here, and after this we can have another except. So that's why here we can have except, and we can see if exception error, and as we will define e for exception, and we'll print the exception error. Okay, so exception error, and otherwise we'll have finally, and finally block. Let me add some space here. So for the finally block, here we can simply say print your login process completed. Okay, login session end. Okay, SCSS I will session end, and try again. try again, something like that. Okay, so we are ready to execute. So let me hit it, and here it will ask for username. For example, let me try to an empty username and empty password. So I hit press enter, and you can see username or password cannot be empty, and it says say login session in, try again. And then if we just hit again, here I will provide the correct username. So correct username is actually admin, but we'll provide a wrong password, for example 123, and if I press enter, you can see incorrect username and password, and your session end. And now lastly we'll provide correct username and correct password. For example, the username is admin, and then password is actually python 123, and if I now press enter, you can see login successful, welcome admin. So it's actually welcome you. So let me remove this unwanted space. Okay, now it will work perfectly. Okay, so by doing this way, we just complete our error handling chapters, and in the next we will have object oriented programming concept. Okay.